Welcome to Quiet Scare, where horror doesn't scream, it whispers. Authentic documented experiences, thoughtfully adapted with literary craft so the core remains intact, and the suspense settles in softly. Like and subscribe to support the channel, and tap the bell for new releases. There are no more than 3 ads in the first 15 minutes. After that it plays straight through. Curated true encounters, elevated into quiet, literary horror for sophisticated listeners. Sleep well and dream dark. I found the frequency by accident while I was trying to clean up a band that had been bleeding into my late-night scans all week. My shack sits behind my house. A narrow room lined with old receivers, coils, and a workbench, scarred by solder burns. I keep odd hours there. Small towns go quiet after 10, and that's when the air opens up. Less interference, less chatter. You start hearing things you're not supposed to. It was just past midnight when the signal cut in. Sharp, narrow, like it had been dialed straight into me. No drift, no static wash, just a voice already mid-sentence. Don't go out there when it starts. I froze with my hand still on the dial. The voice was mine. Not similar, not close. It was exact. The cadence, the slight dryness in the throat, the way I swallow the end of certain words. Hearing it through the speaker made it feel detached, like someone had peeled it off me and pinned it to the air. I didn't speak back. I didn't move. I listened. "There's a storm coming Thursday," the voice said. "You'll think it's nothing. It won't look like anything. But you need to stay inside. Don't go to the shack. Don't try to fix it." That's how it... The transmission snapped off. I waited, counting seconds without meaning to, staring at the receiver like it might explain itself. The dial hadn't shifted. The frequency marker sat on a number I didn't recognize. Something between stations that shouldn't have held anything stable. I checked my logbook. I write everything down. Time, band, conditions. It's a habit from years of chasing distant signals. I wrote the time. I wrote the frequency. Then I wrote one line I didn't fully believe as I put it down. Heard my own voice. I didn't sleep much that night. Every creak in the house sounded like feedback. Every passing car felt like it was carrying something just out of reach. I kept replaying the voice in my head, testing it for differences, for tells that it wasn't really me. There weren't any. The next day, I tried to find the signal again. Daylight is worse for this kind of thing. The bands fill up with noise, commercial broadcasts, CB chatter, junk signals bouncing off everything. I swept the same range for hours and found nothing but the usual bleed and hiss. By afternoon, I started to convince myself I'd tuned into some odd relay, some delayed playback that happened to sound like me because I wanted it to, but that didn't sit right. The phrasing had been too specific. Thursday. The storm. By evening, clouds had already begun to gather low over the hills. Nothing unusual for this time of year, but enough to make me check the forecast. Light rain expected. Nothing severe. I went back to the shack after dinner. The room smelled like dust and warm metal. I powered up the main receiver, let it hum to life, and set the dial as close as I could to where I'd heard the signal before. I waited. For a long time there was nothing. Then, just as I started to shift in my chair, the frequency snapped into place again. No fade-in, no build-up. Just my voice already speaking. If you're hearing this, you already found it again. My chest tightened. I leaned closer without realizing it. You won't believe this at first. I didn't. You're going to try to prove it's not real. That's fine, do that. But listen carefully, don't leave the house Thursday night. The shack, there was a sharp burst of static, like something had cut across the signal. The shack isn't safe. The voice continued. More urgent now. If you go out there when the power dips, you'll... The signal died again. Cleaner than any natural dropout. I sat back slowly. The room felt smaller. The hum of the equipment sounded louder, like it was pressing in. Thursday was 2 days away. I spent Wednesday testing everything I could think of. I checked for hidden transmitters in the shack, walked the perimeter of the property, Even drove out past the edge of town to see if the signal would follow me. It didn't. The frequency was dead outside the shack. Back inside, it came alive again just after sunset. "You're going to think you can outsmart this," my voice said. "You'll tell yourself you'll just stay inside, that you won't touch anything. That's not how it happens." I gripped the edge of the desk. "Then how does it happen?" I asked before I could stop myself. There was a pause. For a moment, I thought it hadn't heard me. Then the voice came back, quieter. "You're already part of it." A cold feeling settled in my stomach. "What does that mean?" I said, louder now. No response. The signal had cut again. I didn't write that part down right away. It felt different from the others. Less like a warning, more like a statement. That night, I locked the shack. Thursday came in heavy and gray. The clouds never lifted. By afternoon, the air had that charged stillness that comes before a storm, even if the forecast insists it's nothing serious. I stayed inside. I made a point of it. I kept the windows closed. I unplugged everything in the shack, just in case. I told myself I was being cautious, that I was following the warning exactly. As evening settled, the first drops of rain started. Light, steady, nothing dramatic. I sat in my living room with the lights on, trying to distract myself with a book I wasn't reading. Every so often, I'd glance out toward the shack, its dark outline barely visible through the trees. Around 9, the power flickered, just once, a quick dip, enough to make the light stutter and the refrigerator hum, shift pitch. I held still. It came back immediately, everything normal again. I exhaled slowly, telling myself that was it. Just a minor fluctuation. Then it flickered again. Then this time, it stayed out longer, long enough for the house to fall into a heavy, complete darkness that felt thicker than it should have. I stood up. I don't know why. Maybe it was instinct. Maybe it was the part of me that couldn't leave things alone. I moved to the window and looked out toward the shack. There was a faint light inside it. That didn't make sense. I'd unplugged everything. There shouldn't have been any power running to it at all. The light flickered, weak and uneven, like something struggling to stay on. I remembered the voice. "Don't go to the shack." I stayed at the window for a long moment, watching that dim, pulsing glow. The rain had picked up, tapping against the glass in a steady pattern. The trees shifted slightly in the wind, branches scraping against each other. The light in the shack flickered again, then dimmed further. If something had shorted, it could start a fire. The wiring out there wasn't new. I'd patched it myself more than once. I told myself that was the reason I was thinking about going out there. Not curiosity, not the voice, just caution. The power in the house snapped back on. At the same moment, the light in the shack flared brighter, too bright. I felt a jolt of unease. If something was wrong out there, leaving it alone might be worse. I grabbed a flashlight from the kitchen drawer and stepped toward the back door. I hesitated with my hand on the knob, the memory of the voice pressing in again. "Don't go out there when it starts." "It's already started," I muttered, more to fill the silence than anything else. I opened the door. The rain hit me immediately, cold and heavier than it had looked from inside. The yard was slick, the ground soft under my shoes. The shack stood about 20 yards out, its window glowing with that same unstable light. I moved quickly. Halfway there, the power flickered again behind me, the house lights dimming through the windows. The shack's light surged in response, as if it were feeding off the drop. My grip tightened on the flashlight. I reached the door and pulled it open. The smell hit me first. Ozone and something faintly burnt. The equipment inside was alive. Every dial lit, every unit humming. I hadn't left it like this. The main receiver was on. The dial set exactly to that same narrow frequency, and the speaker was already active. You went anyway." I stopped in the doorway. Rain dripped from my jacket onto the floor. The light inside the shack flickered in uneven pulses, casting sharp shadows across the walls. "I told you not to," the voice continued. My voice, tighter now, strained. I thought when I started, then cut myself off. The receiver crackled. "You always think that," it said. "You think you can adjust one thing and it'll change the rest. But it doesn't work like that." A low hum built in the equipment, rising in pitch. "What happens if I stay?" I asked, my throat dry. There was a long pause. Then quietly, "You don't." The lights flickered harder, the room stuttering between brightness and shadow. "What does that mean?" I said. The hum grew louder. "It means you came out here to stop this," the voice said. "And by coming out here, the power surged." A sharp crack split through the shack as one of the units sparked, a flash of white light jumping between exposed wiring I hadn't noticed before. I flinched back, hitting the door frame. "You complete it," the voice finished. The receiver squealed, a high, piercing feedback that cut through everything. I lunged toward it on instinct. Reaching to kill the power, my hand hit the switch. For a fraction of a second, everything went completely silent. Then the equipment surged again, harder this time. A second crack, louder, closer. The room filled with a harsh, flickering light as another arc snapped across the board. The smell of burning insulation thickened. I stumbled back, my shoulder slamming into the wall. The flashlight slipped from my hand and clattered to the floor, its beam spinning wildly before settling on the receiver. The dial glowed steady. The speaker hissed. And through it, faint but unmistakable, my voice started again. "Darned it, if you're hearing this, you already found it again." The same words, the same tone, the beginning. I stared at it, something in my chest tightening as the pattern clicked into place. The timing, the sequence, the warnings that led me here. The hum rose again, building toward another surge. I could leave. I could walk out right then, into the rain, back to the house. But the equipment was still active. The wiring was still exposed. If I didn't shut it down properly, another spark jumped, brighter than before. I moved. I don't remember deciding to. My body just reacted, stepping forward, reaching for the panel, trying to cut power at the source instead of the switch. My fingers brushed the metal casing. The shock hit instantly. It wasn't like the small jolts you get from bad wiring. This was full violent, locking my muscles in place. The world narrowed to a blinding white point as the current ran through me. In that instant, I understood exactly what the voice had been trying to say. Not a warning, a record. The hum, the surge, the timing, it all aligned. The transmission wasn't predicting what would happen. It was broadcasting it. My grip tightened involuntarily on the metal. My body held there as the current surged again. Somewhere in the noise I could hear the receiver, still active, still transmitting. My voice strained, breaking through the static. "Don't go out there when it starts." And the words echoed, looping back through the room. I tried to pull away. I couldn't. The light flared, filling my vision, and in the last clear moment before everything blurred, I saw the dial, steady on that impossible frequency, carrying my voice forward into a time where I would hear it again, believe it, and walk right back into this room to complete it. The shack sits quiet now when I look at it from the window, but some nights when the air is still and the town has gone to sleep, I swear I can see a faint light flickering inside, just enough to suggest the equipment never really shut down, just enough to make me wonder if the signal is still out there, waiting for me to tune it in again. I pulled off the empty highway because the fuel gauge needle had sunk so low it felt like a dare, and the diner appeared where there hadn't been anything for miles. A low building with a sun-faded sign and a gravel lot pressed flat by time. The place looked closed at first glance. No cars, no movement. Just a long window with blinds stuck halfway, and a bell on the door that caught the light. I remember thinking the air felt wrong, like it had been sitting still too long. Heat pressed down over the desert plain without wind to move it. I went in anyway. The bell rang when I pushed the door. A clean, bright sound that didn't match the rest of the place. Inside, it smelled like coffee that had been burned and replaced so many times the scent had layered into the walls. A counter ran along the right side. Stools bolted to the floor. A few booths lined the windows. There were people inside. That surprised me more than anything. A woman stood behind the counter, wiping the same spot with a cloth that didn't look wet. Two men sat at the far end, shoulders angled toward each other. A family of three occupied a booth near the middle, their plates half full, their movements slow but not unnatural. Everyone looked up when I came in. Then, almost all at once, they spoke. "Seat yourself wherever you like." It came out in different voices but the same words, like a chorus that had practiced too long. I paused just inside the door, hand still on it, trying to place the tone. It wasn't welcoming. It wasn't hostile. It was flat, like a recording. I let the door close. The bell settled. No one said anything else. I took a seat at the counter because it felt easier than walking between them. The stool was warm, as if someone had just gotten up. The woman behind the counter turned toward me and reached for a menu without looking at it, like she knew exactly where it would be. "Coffee?" she asked. Her voice this time was normal, not part of the chorus. Just a question. "Yeah," I said. She poured it from a metal pot into a thick mug and set it in front of me. The coffee was dark and smelled better up close than it had from the door. I wrapped my hands around it and tried to shake off the sense that I'd stepped into something rehearsed. One of the men at the end of the counter laughed at something the other said, but I hadn't heard the setup. The family in the booth leaned toward each other, heads closed. The woman wiped the same spot again. It settled into a rhythm quickly. Ordinary if you didn't think too hard about it. I drank half the coffee before the bell rang again. No one had entered. The sound cut through the room, sharp and precise, like someone had struck it with intention. Every head turned toward the door anyway, mine included. It stayed closed. Then they all spoke. "Seat yourself wherever you like." Same words, same timing, same strange chorus. I felt it before I understood it. A tightening in my chest that had nothing to do with fear and everything to do with recognition. The woman behind the counter reached for the menu again. The men shifted on their stools in exactly the same way they had a few minutes earlier. The family leaned in, resetting into their previous positions. The coffee in my hand was still warm. I watched it happen. The woman set the menu in front of me like she hadn't already done it. "Coffee?" she asked, the same way, the same tone. I stopped myself. She waited. Expression unchanged. "Yeah," I said. She poured again. The mug filled to the same level it had been before. I glanced down at the one already in front of me. But there was only one mug now. I didn't remember finishing the first. The men at the end of the counter laughed again. Same cadence. Same slight lean forward. The family resumed their quiet conversation. The cloth moved over the same spot. I watched the clock on the wall above the pass-through window. It ticked forward. 1 minute, 2, 3, nothing else changed. I told myself it was a coincidence, a trick of perception. People repeat themselves. Small places run on habits. Maybe I'd missed the earlier version and was just catching up now. Then the bell rang again. No one entered. The room reset. "Seat yourself wherever you like." The words landed heavier this time. I didn't respond. I just watched. The woman reached for the menu. The men shifted. The family leaned. The same sequence. The same timing. 5 minutes, I realized. Not exact to the second, but close enough that my body started to anticipate it. The bell marked the reset. Everything between was a loop. I stood up. The stool scraped against the floor louder than it should have. No one reacted outside the pattern. I walked to the door and pushed it open. The bell rang. For a second, I thought I'd broken it, that I'd forced the sound instead of waiting for it, that I'd stepped outside whatever was happening. Then the air outside hit me, hot and still, and I saw the lot. It was empty, same as before. Same angle of light, same absence of movement. I stepped out fully, letting the door swing closed behind me. The bell rang again as it settled, and then from inside, faint through the glass, "Seat yourself wherever you like." I turned back immediately and pulled the door open. The room had reset. I was standing just inside the threshold again, hand on the door, as if I'd never left. The people looked up. The chorus hit. Seat yourself wherever you like. The coffee smell wrapped around me. The clock read the same time it had the first time I noticed it. I let go of the door slowly. Something about the way the light hit the counter told me I wasn't imagining it. The shadows hadn't shifted. The sun outside hadn't moved. I walked to the back instead. There was a narrow hallway past the counter that led to restrooms and presumably a back exit. The woman didn't stop me. No one did. Their movements continued in that practice loop. The hallway felt colder. The air had a different weight, like it had been sealed off from the main room. The floor tiles were cracked in a way that didn't match the front. I found the back door at the end. Metal, with a push bar. I pressed it. It didn't budge. I pushed harder. The bar depressed, but the door held fast, like it had been welded into the frame. I stepped back and tried again with more force. Nothing. The bell rang. I heard it through the wall. Muffled but clear enough. The reset. I stayed where I was. For a moment, nothing happened. Then I heard it. Faint at first, and then clearer as if the walls themselves were carrying it. Seat yourself wherever you like. The words echoed down the hallway, not spoken directly to me, but still reaching me. I turned and went back to the main room. Everything had reset again. I was standing just inside the hallway entrance this time, not the front door. The people were in their places. The woman wiped the counter. The men leaned. The family spoke in low tones. I moved faster now, crossing the room in a few steps and grabbing the edge of the counter. "What is this?" I asked. The woman looked up at me. Her expression didn't change, but her eyes did something I couldn't place, like they were trying to track two things at once. "Coffee," she said. "No," I said. "Listen to me." She waited. Behind me, one of the men laughed on cue. The family leaned in. The clock ticked. I felt the 5 minutes closing in like a door I couldn't see. "I need to leave," I said. She didn't answer. She wiped the same spot again, slower this time. The bell rang. The reset hit before I could move. "Seat yourself wherever you like." This time I didn't sit. I stood in the middle of the room and turned in a slow circle, watching each of them fall into place. The pattern was exact. Not just similar, exact, down to the angle of a fork on a plate, the way the cloth folded in the woman's hand. I started to test it. On one loop, I moved a sugar dispenser from one end of the counter to the other. On the next, it was back where it had been. On another, I took a napkin and folded it into a shape and left it on the floor. It disappeared with the reset. Nothing carried over. Nothing except me. The realization settled in with a kind of quiet weight. I was the only variable that persisted. Everything else snapped back to a fixed state every time the bell rang. I stopped trying to change things and started looking instead. There were details I'd missed. Small ones. A plaque on the wall behind the counter. I hadn't noticed it at first because it blended into the clutter of framed certificates and old photos. I stepped closer during one loop, ignoring the woman's movements beside me. It read, "Server of the Month." Below it was a name. My name. I stared at it long enough that the letters stopped looking like letters. The date beneath it was what pulled me back. 20 years ahead. The photo was grainy, the kind of print that fades at the edges. The person in it stood behind the same counter, in the same position as the woman who was there now. It was me, older, lines in places I hadn't earned yet, hair thinner, but unmistakably me. The bell rang, the reset. I went back to the plaque immediately. Same position, same name, same date. I checked it again on the next loop, and the next. It didn't change. Unlike everything else, it held. I tried to take it down once. The frame didn't move. It wasn't nailed or screwed in any visible way. It just stayed. I stopped counting how many loops passed after that. The clock kept ticking, but it never moved beyond a certain point. The light outside never shifted. The coffee never cooled unless I drank it, and then it returned full on the next reset. I started to understand the shape of it. The bell wasn't just marking time. It was closing a circuit. Everything inside the diner returned to a baseline. a fixed arrangement that included everyone except me, and the plaque. The plaque included me, future me. I tested the edges again, less out of hope and more out of obligation. The front door led back into the same moment. The back door didn't open. The windows showed the same empty lot, the same angle of sun. No matter what I did, the bell came, the reset followed, and the plaque stayed. At some point, the woman behind the counter started to look at me differently between resets. Not during the loops themselves. Those were fixed, but in the seconds just before the bell, when things seemed to loosen slightly, like the system was preparing to snap back, her eyes would settle on me for a fraction longer than before. Her hand would pause mid-wipe. Recognition, maybe, or something like it. I tried to speak to her in those moments, to break through whatever held everything in place. The words never seemed to land. They felt absorbed by the air, like sound without consequence. The first time I noticed my reflection in the metal of the coffee machine, it didn't match what I expected. It wasn't wrong in any obvious way, just off. The angles didn't line up. The expression lagged a second behind what I felt on my face. I watched it through a full loop. It reset with everything else, snapping back to match me again when the bell rang, except for one thing. On the loop, after I spent too long staring at the plaque, my reflection didn't quite return to normal. The delay stayed. Subtle, but there, I moved my hand. It followed a beat later. The bell rang. Reset. The delay was still there. I don't know how long it took me to realize what that meant. Time had stopped being something I could measure in any normal way. The only markers were the loops, and even those blurred together after a while, but the change stayed, small at first, then more noticeable. My reflection started to look more like the person in the photo on the plaque. Lines where there hadn't been any. A weight in the eyes I hadn't carried before. The rest of the room didn't change. Only me. The woman's glances in the moments before reset grew longer, more certain, like she was waiting for something to finish. One loop, just before the bell, she stopped wiping the counter entirely and looked at me straight on. Her mouth moved, but no sound came out. Not at first. Then, just before the bell cut her off, I caught a fragment. Almost the bell rang. Reset. Seat yourself wherever you like. I didn't move. I stood at the counter, staring at the plaque with my name on it, dated 20 years ahead, and I understood the shape of the outcome in a way that didn't feel like guessing anymore. I wasn't trapped in a loop that I needed to escape. I was inside something that was making room for me. Each reset stripped something away that didn't belong. Each loop aligned me a little more with whatever fixed state the diner held. The plaque wasn't a warning, it was a record, a place already set. The woman behind the counter finished wiping the spot and set the cloth down for the first time since I'd arrived. In the seconds before the bell, she met my eyes and gave the smallest nod, the kind you give when a shift is about to start. The bell rang. Seat yourself wherever you like. I didn't sit this time. I walked behind the counter instead, moving into the space she had occupied in every loop. My hands found the coffee pot without thinking. The weight of it felt familiar in a way that didn't make sense. The room continued its pattern. The men laughed. The family leaned in. I looked at the clock. It ticked forward. For the first time since I'd entered, it didn't feel like it was about to snap back. I poured a cup of coffee and set it on the counter in front of an empty stool, the one I had chosen when I first came in. The surface was warm. The bell didn't ring right away. The air held, stretched thin. I glanced at the plaque on the wall. My name, my face, the date that no longer felt distant. Behind me, the woman, no. The space where she had been was empty. The cloth lay folded on the counter. I picked it up and started wiping the same spot she had been wiping since the beginning. The motion coming easy, automatic. The bell rang. Seat yourself wherever you like. The words came out of my mouth with the others. Perfectly timed, perfectly flat, as the door opened and someone stepped inside from the empty highway. Looking around with the same confusion I remembered feeling, and I realized I wasn't waiting to leave anymore. I was waiting for them to understand. I noticed the hallway camera first because the timestamp skipped. It was a cheap monitor bolted above the mailboxes, the kind our building manager installed after a string of package thefts that never quite stopped. The feed cycled through 4 views, each holding for a few seconds. Front entrance, side stairwell, laundry room, hallway on the 3rd floor. Mine. I had gotten used to glancing at it on my way in. The way you check a mirror without thinking. That evening, the 3rd floor view flickered from 9:12 to 9:18 with nothing in between. At first I assumed it was just another glitch. The building was full of them. The elevator stalled between floors on humid days. The exterior lights hummed and died and came back to life with a stutter. The camera had frozen before, but I'd never seen it jump like that. 6 minutes gone, as if someone had clipped them out. I stood there longer than I needed to, grocery bag biting into my fingers, watching the loop come around again. The hallway looked the same as always. Beige carpet worn darker in a path down the center. My neighbor's door with the peeling number. The fire extinguisher case that never quite closed all the way. Nothing moved. I took the stairs instead of the elevator. Not because of the camera, but because I'd already decided to get more steps in that week. That's what I told myself as I pushed through the heavy door and climbed. The stairwell smelled like dust and old paint. My footsteps echoed up the concrete. On the 3rd floor, the door opened with a soft thud. The hallway was quiet. No TVs, no music, no muffled conversations through thin walls. It felt later than it was. Her door was across from mine. And apartment 3B, Leah. I didn't know her well. We had the kind of neighbor relationship that stays polite and distant. A few shared packages left by mistake. A quick hello if we crossed paths at the mailboxes. Once when the power went out during a storm, we'd stood in the hallway with our phone flashlights, comparing how long the outage might last. She had laughed then, a small steady sound that made the dark feel less close. Her door was closed when I passed it. Nothing unusual. I unlocked mine, stepped inside, and set the groceries on the counter. I remember the exact moment I heard the sound. A single, sharp knock. Not on my door, on hers. It carried through the wall that separated our units. A hollow, deliberate tap. Then nothing. I stood still, listening. The refrigerator hummed. A car passed outside, tires hissing on the wet street. No footsteps, no voices, no second knock. I told myself it was just someone stopping by. Maybe a friend, maybe a delivery. I unpacked my groceries, rinsed a glass, filled it with water. Ordinary things, done slower than usual. A minute passed. Maybe 2. Then I heard it again. Funny thing, I just stealth worked out my pure rig. Another knock. Same place. Same measured force. I walked to my door without thinking and opened it. The hallway was empty. Leah's door was still closed. No one stood in front of it. No one walking away down the corridor. The stairwell door at the end was shut. I stepped out. The carpet soft under my socks. The air felt cooler than inside my apartment, carrying that faint chemical smell from the cleaning solution the manager used on Mondays. I waited, expecting to hear movement from inside 3B. A voice asking who was there. Footsteps approaching the door. The click of a lock. Nothing came. I told myself I must have misheard the direction. Sound does that sometimes in these buildings. Travels along pipes and through vents. It could have been from below or above. I went back inside and closed my door. A few seconds later, there was a sound that wasn't a knock. It was softer. A dull impact like something set down too quickly, or something dropped. Then silence again. I didn't open my door that time. I stood in the middle of my kitchen, glass still in my hand, and waited for any sign of normal life to resume on the other side of the wall. A TV turning on, water running, music, anything. There was nothing. I wish I could say I did something then. Knocked on her door, checked if she was okay, but I didn't. It felt like overstepping, like inserting myself into something that wasn't my business. We were neighbors, not friends. That's how it works in places like that. You keep to yourself unless there's a reason not to. I told myself there wasn't a reason. I ate dinner. I watched a show. I tried not to listen for sounds through the wall. Around 10:30, I checked the hallway camera again on my way down to throw out the trash. The third floor feed came up. 9, 12, a still hallway. Then it jumped. The same hallway. The same hallway. No one entering. No one leaving. No sign of the knocks I'd heard. No figure at her door. I stared at the screen long enough that the other views cycled twice. When I went back upstairs, her door looked exactly the same as before. Closed. Quiet. I slept badly that night. The kind of sleep where you wake up without knowing why, and lie there, listening. Each time I strained for any sound from the other side of the wall. Each time there was nothing. In the morning I noticed her mail. It was a single envelope, slipped halfway under her door. I hadn't seen it the night before. The corner stuck out into the hallway, bent slightly where someone must have pushed it in. I stepped over it on my way out. It was still there when I came back that evening. That was the first time I felt something settle in my chest that didn't go away. Leah was the kind of person who checked her mail. I knew that much. I'd seen her pick things up from the floor before, tucking them under her arm as she unlocked her door. I stood there for a moment, keys in my hand, looking at the envelope. I told myself she might be out. She might have left early, not noticed it. People miss things. I unlocked my door, went inside and closed it. An hour later, I opened it again. The envelope hadn't moved. I crouched and picked it up. It was light, a standard biller notice. Her name was printed on the front in clean black letters. No return address I recognized. I hesitated, then knocked on her door. A single knock. Then 2 more spaced evenly. No answer. I pressed my ear lightly against the door. I could hear nothing from inside. No movement. No hum of appliances. Not even the faint presence of someone breathing on the other side. I straightened and knocked again. Louder this time. Still nothing. I don't know what made me try the handle. Maybe it was the silence. Maybe it was the envelope in my hand. The way it felt like proof of something being wrong. The handle didn't turn. The door was locked. I stood there for a long moment, the hallway stretching empty in both directions. Then I slid the envelope fully under the door and went back into my apartment. I told myself I'd check again in the morning. I didn't have to. The police were there before I left for work. 2 officers stood in the hallway outside 3B. One knocking, the other speaking quietly into a radio. The building manager hovered nearby, wringing his hands, explaining something I couldn't quite catch. I stepped out and closed my door behind me. One of the officers looked at me, asked if I lived on this floor. I said yes. He asked if I knew the tenant in 3B. I said not really, just in passing. He asked if I'd seen her recently. I thought about the night before, the knocks, the silence. I think she was home last night, I said. I heard something. He nodded, like that fit into something he already knew. They knocked again, announced themselves. No answer. The manager produced a key after some fumbling. The officer took it, unlocked the door, and pushed it open. I didn't mean to look, but I did. Her apartment was neat. That was my first impression. Everything in place, couch aligned with the coffee table, a blanket folded over the arm, a pair of shoes by the door, no signs of a struggle, no overturned furniture, no broken glass, just absence. They stepped inside. One of them called her name. No response. I stayed in the hallway, close enough to hear, far enough to feel like I wasn't intruding. The second officer moved through the apartment, checking rooms, opening doors. His footsteps were soft on the carpet. After a minute, he came back. Clear, he said. The word sounded wrong in that space. Clear of what? The officer in the doorway turned to the manager, asked when anyone had last seen her, asked if she had family, a job, a schedule. The manager didn't know much. People come and go, he said. They keep to themselves. I stood there, feeling like I should say something more, that I should mention the camera, the time skip, the knocks. But it sounded thin in my head, like something that wouldn't hold up under questions. so I stayed quiet. They took notes. They made calls. More people arrived. A woman in plain clothes who moved through the apartment with careful attention, looking at things without touching them. I left for work late. The scene still unfolding behind me. By the time I came back, the hallway was empty again. Her door was closed. A strip of tape crossed the frame. The building felt different after that. Quieter. Even when people were home, like everyone was listening for something they couldn't name. The police came back a few times. They asked questions. They checked the cameras. I watched them review the same footage I had. Front entrance. No sign of her leaving. Side stairwell. Empty. Laundry room. Nothing. Third floor hallway. Came 12. Still. 9:18. Still. One of the officers frowned at that. Rewound it. Played it again. System glitch, the manager said quickly. Happens sometimes. The officer didn't argue, but he watched it a third time before moving on. They asked if anyone had visitors that night. If anyone had heard anything unusual. I told them about the knocks. The officer wrote it down. Asked what time. I gave my best estimate. He nodded, thanked me, and moved on. Days passed, then weeks. Her door stayed closed. Packages started to appear outside it. Small at first, then larger. A box that sat for 3 days before someone took it away. The mail slot filled and emptied. Filled and emptied. Her name stayed on the mailbox. The investigation didn't seem to go anywhere. No announcements, no updates. Just the occasional presence of someone in plain clothes walking the hallway, looking at doors, at cameras, at nothing. I tried to return to normal. Work, errands, evenings spent inside my apartment with the TV on low, but the hallway didn't feel the same. Every time I passed her door, I felt that same tightness in my chest, that sense of something incomplete, like a sentence cut off mid-word. One night, maybe a month after she disappeared, I came home late. The building was quiet. The monitor by the mailboxes cycled through its views. When the third floor feed came up, I stopped. The timestamp read 11:47. The hallway was empty. Then it flickered. 11:47. 11:53. 6 minutes gone. I stared at the screen. My reflection faint in the glass. No one else was around. I took the stairs again. Slower this time. Each step felt heavier. The echo louder. When I reached the third floor, the hallway looked the same as always. Beige carpet. Closed doors. Dim light. Her door. Still taped. I stood there, listening. For a long time there was nothing. Then, from the other side of the wall, from inside 3B where no one had lived for weeks, I heard it. A single sharp knock. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I waited. Every part of me focused on that door, on the space behind it that was supposed to be empty. The silence stretched. Then came the second sound, softer. A dull impact like something set down too quickly, or something dropped. My hand moved before I could think, reaching for the knob of my own door, stepping back, putting distance between myself and that sound. I went inside and closed it. I locked it. I stood there in the dark, listening through the wall. There was nothing else. In the morning, the tape on her door was still intact. No sign anyone had entered. No sign anyone had left. The camera footage from that night showed the same gap. 11:47. 11:53. Empty hallway. No one at her door. No one knocking. No one dropping anything on the floor inside a sealed apartment. The police came back after I reported it. They checked the tape. They opened the door again. Everything inside was exactly as it had been the first time. Neat, undisturbed. Still, they asked me if I was sure about what I heard. I said yes. They wrote it down. They didn't find anything. After that, I stopped looking at the camera. I started using the elevator again, even when it stalled. I kept my TV louder at night. I told myself it was over, that whatever had happened was contained in that one moment, that one gap in the footage, that one night. But sometimes when the building is quiet and the air feels a little too still, I think about those missing minutes, about a person who vanished from a locked apartment without a trace, about a hallway that shows nothing when something had to have happened, and about the fact that, even now, there are nights when I wake up without knowing why, lie there in the dark and wait for the sound to come through the wall again. I'm writing this because I don't trust my memory anymore, and because what's left of the house is being boarded up tomorrow. They told me it would be easier if I put it down in order. I'm not sure there is an order, but I'll try. We moved out there in early March. The farmhouse had belonged to my mother's brother and uncle I barely knew. A man no one visited and no one spoke about except in short, careful sentences. When he died, the property passed to us without much ceremony. No one contested it. That should have been the first warning. The house sat alone, miles off the nearest paved road, surrounded by dead fields that hadn't been worked in years. The soil looked gray, like ash had been mixed into it. There were no neighboring lights at night, no sounds except wind, and sometimes, something like shifting wood far off in the dark. It needed work. That's what I told my family. That's what I believed. I'm the one who insisted we go. At first, it felt like any other difficult move. We cleaned, repaired, and tried to make the place livable. The floors sloped in strange directions. Doors wouldn't close unless you lifted them slightly. The walls had been patched over again and again, layers of mismatched plaster like scars. My wife stopped unpacking after the first week. She said the house felt unfinished, like it was still being built around us. I told her it was just old. Houses settle, wood warps, things shift, but she wouldn't sleep in the bedroom we chose. Said the closet door opened on its own. I checked it myself. Loose hinge, uneven frame. I fixed it. The next night she slept on the couch anyway. Our kids adapted differently. My son got quiet. He spent hours staring out the back window at the empty fields, tracing patterns in the condensation with his finger. When I asked what he was doing, he said he was following the lines. What lines? I asked. He pointed outward. The ones under the ground. I thought it was imagination. Kids latch on to strange ideas in new places. My daughter, on the other hand, wouldn't stop talking, but not to us. She whispered into corners, laughed at things no one said. Once I heard her in the hallway at night saying, "No, that's not where it goes anymore." I asked who she was talking to. She said, "The house." That's when the argument started. It wasn't sudden. It built slowly, like pressure in something sealed too tight. My wife accused me of ignoring obvious problems. I accused her of feeding the kids' fears. Every conversation circled back to leaving, but leaving meant admitting I was wrong. I'd dragged them out there. I'd convinced them this would fix things. Space. Quiet. A fresh start. I couldn't let it collapse after a few weeks of discomfort and imagination, so I doubled down. I started working on the house more aggressively, tearing out sections of wall that looked warped, reinforcing beams that didn't need it, pulling up floorboards to check the foundation. That's when I noticed the changes. At first I thought I was misremembering the layout. A hallway seemed longer than it had been. A door opened into a room that felt slightly too narrow. Angles that didn't line up. I told myself it was perspective. Stress. The kind of thing that happens when you stare at imperfections too long. But then I found a doorway I didn't remember building. It was in the back room, behind a section of wall I'd sworn was solid the day before. The wood around it was older than the rest, darker, worn smooth in places like it had been used for years. Inside was a narrow passage, barely wide enough to turn around in. I didn't tell anyone about it. Instead, I started measuring. Every morning I'd take notes. Lengths of rooms, positions of walls, distances between doors. By evening, something would be off, not dramatically, inches, sometimes less, but consistently wrong. The house wasn't just settling, it was rearranging. My wife stopped speaking to me except when necessary. Not out of anger, something quieter, heavier. Like she'd already decided I wasn't fully there anymore. One night she said, "You're making it worse." I asked what she meant. She looked at the walls. Not at me. It was slow before. I told her that made no sense. She didn't argue. She just nodded, like she expected that answer. The kids changed faster after that. My son started mapping the house on paper. Not how it was, but how he said it should be. His drawings didn't match reality, but he insisted they were more accurate than what we saw. My daughter began moving things. Furniture, mostly. Chairs angled toward walls. Tables pushed into corners. She said she was helping it fit. I'd wake up and find rooms arranged in ways I didn't recognize. At some point, I stopped trying to fix it. Instead, I joined in. That's the part I don't know how to explain without sounding like I've lost my mind completely. It felt logical at the time. The house wasn't wrong. We were. Every time we tried to force it into a stable shape, something pushed back. Doors jammed. Walls cracked. The air itself felt tight, like it resisted straight lines and right angles. But when we adjusted furniture, opened spaces, closed others, it eased. I could feel it. We stopped calling it the house after that. We didn't call it anything at all. Neighbors, if you can call people miles away neighbors, started showing up less, then not at all. Deliveries stopped reaching us. Our phones barely held signal. It didn't matter. We had everything we needed inside. Time stopped behaving normally. Days blurred. Nights stretched. Sometimes I'd be certain only hours had passed, only to find the sun setting again. We stopped marking dates. Communication broke down next. Not suddenly, just unnecessary. We understood each other without speaking, or thought we did. My wife would move something, and I'd know why. My son would redraw part of his map, and I'd feel the shift before seeing it. My daughter would laugh, and we'd all turn toward the same corner. We were in sync. Until we weren't. The first real break came when I tried to close off the narrow passage again. I don't know why. Maybe some part of me remembered it wasn't supposed to be there. I boarded it up overnight. By morning, the boards were gone. Not removed, gone. No nails, no wood, nothing. In their place, the opening was wider. My wife wouldn't look at me after that. "You don't get to decide anymore," she said. That was the last full sentence she spoke to me. After that, things accelerated. Rooms overlapped, hallways looped. I'd walk from the kitchen to the living room and pass through spaces I didn't recognize, only to arrive where I intended, as if nothing had changed. The kids stopped sleeping. Or maybe I did. It's hard to separate. The final night, or what I think was the final night. The house felt complete. That's the only word I have for it. Everything aligned. The angles made sense in a way they never had before. The air was still. No creaking, no shifting. Just a quiet that felt like it had weight. We all gathered in the center room, the one that used to be the living room. Though it was shaped differently by then, no one said anything. We just stood there, waiting. For what? I don't know. I remember my daughter smiling. I remember my son holding his map. Finally still. I remember my wife reaching for my hand, and for a moment, I thought everything had settled, that whatever we'd been adjusting toward had finally accepted us. Then the walls moved. Not slowly, not like before. They folded. That's the only way I can describe it. Like the structure collapsed inward, but without breaking. Surfaces bending, joining, sealing. The room shrank. We didn't run. There was nowhere to run. I remember the pressure, the sound of wood compressing without splintering, my wife's hand slipping from mine, and then I was outside, on the ground, alone. The house stood exactly as it had when we arrived. Straight, ordinary, wrong in a different way. No extra passages, no shifting walls, just an old broken farmhouse in an empty field. They found me there 2 days later. First responders searched the house. Every room, every inch. They said there were signs of extensive interior modifications. Walls partially torn down, floors removed and replaced, structural beams altered in ways that made no sense for stability. All done by us. There was no trace of my wife or children. No hidden spaces, no collapsed sections, No evidence they'd ever been anywhere but inside that house. They think I killed them. Maybe they're right, because when I try to remember their faces now, I can only see the shape of the rooms where they used to stand. And sometimes when I close my eyes, I can still feel the house adjusting around me, making space. I'd would think a thing to more. Making space, it's like it's waiting for me to come back and finish what we started. I first noticed the frost on the fence wire at noon, bright and brittle like it had been laid there by hand. Each barb rimmed in white while the grass around it baked flat and yellow under a hard July sun. I had driven up from town to check the north boundary where the old service road cuts into the timber. The county kept a sign there, half rotted, warning about unstable ground and advising hikers to stay on marked paths. People still went in. They always had. My job wasn't to stop them, not really. It was to keep a record of who went in and who came back out. The wire shouldn't have been cold. I pressed a knuckle against it and felt a clean bite, like touching the inside of a freezer. The air itself wasn't cold. It was the same dry heat that lifts dust off your boots and sticks it to your throat. But the frost held, unmelted, beating the metal with tiny crystals that caught the light. I followed the fence line until it dipped into the trees. The shade came fast and thick, swallowing the road noise behind me. About 20 yards in, the temperature dropped enough that my breath showed for a moment, then faded again when I stepped back. It was a boundary you could cross in a single stride, summer to something else and back again. We had a name for the place, though it wasn't on any official map. People in town called it the Basin. On paper, it was a shallow depression over an old fault line, surveyed a dozen times since the late 1800s. The reports all said the same thing in different words. Unusual readings, localized effects, no clear hazard. The county filed them and moved on. The disappearances were filed too. I keep copies in a metal drawer at the station. Names going back more than a century, written in different inks, different hands. A hunter in 1912 who walked in after a wounded deer and never came back. 2 surveyors in the 1930s who set up instruments at the edge and were last seen arguing about their compass headings. A family in the 1970s whose car was found parked neatly by the road, keys still in the ignition, a picnic cooler sweating in the back seat. In recent years, hikers mostly, people who liked to go where the trail thinned out and the map got less certain. I signed in that morning, like I always did, even though no one else was on shift. Time, weather, purpose, boundary check. Unusual frost noted. I stepped over the wire. The ground inside the basin wasn't frozen. It looked like any other patch of forest floor, needles and dirt and low scrub. But there were veins of ice running through it, pale seams that surfaced and sank again, like something trying to push up from below. I knelt and brushed one clear. It was solid. Not just frost. A strip of true ice an inch thick. I could see trapped air bubbles inside, elongated as if they'd been stretched. My compass hung on a lanyard around my neck. I flipped it open out of habit. The needle drifted, hesitated, then swung past north and kept going, slow and steady like it had found a new direction to follow. I tapped the glass. It didn't settle. We'd lost equipment in there before. Radios that filled with static and then went dead. GPS units that froze on coordinates that didn't exist on any map. Once a team had strung a line of bright tape from the road inward, marking their path. The tape was found later, but not where it should have been. It formed a loose circle, as if they'd walked around and around without realizing it. I moved carefully, keeping the fence in sight behind me. The light filtered through the canopy in thin angled beams. In some of them you could see fine crystals drifting. Not dust, not pollen. They moved slowly, settling on leaves without melting. About 50 yards in, the ground dipped. The basin wasn't deep, but it was enough that the trees grew closer together, their roots twisting over each other in a way that made walking uneven. I marked my path with small orange flags from my pocket, tying them low on branches. It was a habit I'd picked up after my second week on the job, when I realized how easy it would be to lose the road behind you if you didn't keep a line. There was a boot print ahead of me, pressed into a patch of soft earth where the ice had melted or never formed. It was fresh enough that the edges hadn't crumbled. The tread was the kind you see on store-bought hiking boots, nothing distinctive. I crouched and touched it. The soil was cold, damp in a way that didn't match the dry ground outside. I checked the log in my head. No one had signed in that morning. That didn't mean much, most people didn't bother. I followed the print. It led downhill, weaving between the trees, sometimes clear, sometimes fading where the ground hardened. Every so often I'd see a second print overlapping the first, like the person had doubled back a step or shifted their weight. It made the path hard to read. I kept my flags going, bright markers against the muted greens and browns. The temperature dropped another few degrees. Not enough to make me shiver, but enough that the sweat on my back cooled and stayed. The ice seams were more frequent here, crossing the ground in intersecting lines. In places they formed small ridges that cracked under my boots. With a sound like breaking glass, my radio crackled. I hadn't heard anything on it since I entered the trees. I lifted it to my mouth and called in, stating my position relative to the road, the observed anomaly, the possible presence of another person. My voice sounded flat, absorbed by the space around me. There was no reply, just a thin hiss that rose and fell. I tried the compass again. The needle spun faster now, not in a smooth circle but in small jittering jumps, as if it were being tugged in multiple directions at once. The boot print stopped at the edge of a shallow clearing. The ground there was different. The ice had broken through fully, forming a wide patch that reflected the canopy above in a distorted, wavering way. It wasn't perfectly smooth. There were faint depressions like the beginnings of footprints that had never fully formed or had been erased. I stepped onto it. The cold came up through my soles immediately, sharp and clean. The surface held my weight, though I could feel a slight give, like a thick pain under stress. I took another step, then another, moving slowly toward the center of the clearing. Halfway across, I heard something behind me. It wasn't a voice. It was the sound of something shifting, like a branch settling under weight, or a foot sliding on loose dirt. I turned, expecting to see the path I'd come from, the line of orange flags marking my way back. The trees were there. The flags were not. For a moment, I thought I'd turned too far, that I was looking at a different edge of the clearing. I rotated slowly, scanning the perimeter. The forest ringed me on all sides. Uniform, no break where the fence line should have been visible through the trunks. I took a step back toward where I thought I'd entered. The ice creaked underfoot, a low-stress sound that made me pause. I adjusted my path, aiming for a cluster of trees that looked familiar. A split trunk I was sure I'd passed. As I walked, I noticed the reflections in the ice. They didn't match what was above me, where the canopy overhead showed summer leaves, full and green. The surface under my feet held something else. The shapes were the same, but the color was wrong, drained, edged with white as if touched by frost. The light was different too, flatter, like a sky overcast with something thick. I stopped and looked straight down. My own reflection stared back, but it lagged a fraction of a second behind my movements. When I lifted my hand, the reflection lifted its hand just after. The delay subtle but unmistakable. I stepped off the ice. The ground beyond was softer than I expected, my boot sinking slightly. I turned to look back at the clearing. From this side it looked smaller, the edges closer, the ice darker. The trees around me were closer too. I moved toward the split trunk. It took longer to reach than it should have. The distance stretched in a way that didn't match my steps. When I finally got there, I saw that it wasn't the same tree. The split was deeper, the bark lighter, and there was no flag tied to it. I checked my watch. The second hand ticked forward, steady. The minute hand had moved more than I expected. I couldn't account for the gap. I called out. A simple shout, not a name. The sound went out and didn't come back. No echo, no rustle in response. The air had that same layered feeling as before. Warm at face level, colder near the ground. My breath showed again, then disappeared. I started marking my path again. tying flags at regular intervals, making sure each one was visible from the next. I chose a direction and kept to it, adjusting only to avoid the densest clusters of roots. After a few minutes, I saw a flash of orange ahead. Relief came fast and sharp. I moved toward it, already planning the route back, the report I'd file, the way I'd mark this as a restricted area until we could get a team in with better equipment. The flag was one of mine. It was tied at a height I didn't use, higher on the branch, the knot different. The fabric was damp, rimmed with a thin line of ice. I looked around for the next marker. There was another, a few yards off, then another beyond that. They formed a line, but it curved in a way that didn't match the direction I'd been walking. I followed them anyway. They led me back to the clearing. The ice looked the same. The reflections did not. Now when I looked down, I saw movement that didn't correspond to anything above. Shapes passing through the reflected trees, slow and indistinct, like figures seen through heavy glass. I couldn't make out details, just the suggestion of motion, of something crossing from one side of the clearing to the other. I stepped onto the ice again, more carefully this time. The creaking was louder, more frequent. Fine cracks spidered out from under my boots, then stopped, held in place. I kept my weight centered, moving in short, deliberate steps. Halfway across, the radio on my shoulder flared to life. It wasn't static this time. It was a voice, thin and distant, speaking in short bursts. I couldn't make out the words at first. I adjusted the volume, held it closer. My own name came through, stretched and warped. I answered without thinking, stating my position, asking for a repeat. The response overlapped my words, out of sync, like a recording played back at the wrong speed. I caught fragments, coordinates that didn't match any grid I knew, a description of the clearing that was close but off in small, unsettling ways. The voice cut out abruptly. The silence that followed was complete. I reached the center of the clearing and stopped. The air there was colder than anywhere else, enough that my fingers stiffened around the radio. The surface under my boots felt thinner, more responsive to my weight. I could see deeper into it now, layers of trapped air and something else, darker bands that ran beneath the clear sections. I crouched, lowering my hand to the ice. The cold was immediate and intense, seeping into my skin. I held it there, watching the reflection. My hand in the ice hesitated, then moved, not matching my own. It pressed flat against the underside, fingers splayed, as if it were on the other side of a barrier. I pulled back. The reflection didn't. For a fraction of a second it remained where it was, hand pressed to the surface, before snapping back into alignment. The ice beneath my boots gave a sharp cracking sound. I stood quickly, shifting my weight, looking for the edge of the clearing. The trees seemed farther away again, the distance stretching as I tried to focus on a specific point. Another crack, louder. A line split the surface in front of me, jagged and bright. It didn't widen, it just existed. A break that hadn't been there before. I moved toward what I thought was the nearest edge. The ground didn't come any closer. The reflections moved. This time there was no mistaking it. Shapes passed beneath me, more defined now, like people walking just out of sight, their forms distorted by the layers between us. One paused directly below, looking up. I couldn't see a face, just a darker shape where one should have been. The radio crackled again. My name clear this time, spoken in my own voice. I didn't answer. I kept moving, choosing a direction and committing to it, ignoring the way the space seemed to resist, to stretch. The cracks in the ice spread, branching out, but they didn't break through. They just marked the surface, a map of stress. The cold climbed higher, into my legs, my chest. My breath came out in steady clouds now, hanging in the air longer than they should. I saw the fence. It appeared between two trees, a straight line of metal and wood that didn't belong in the shifting geometry of the basin. The frost on the wire was thicker here, heavy enough to dull the barbs. I stepped off the ice and onto the forest floor. The temperature shifted immediately, warmth returning in a wave that made me dizzy. I reached out and grabbed the fence post, steadying myself. The frost on the wire didn't melt under my hand. I climbed over, careful not to catch my clothes, and dropped onto the other side. The road was where I'd left it, a strip of packed dirt leading back toward town. My truck sat in its spot, dust settling around the tires. I turned back once, looking at the trees. The clearing wasn't visible from this angle. The forest looked normal, dense and green, no sign of the ice beneath. I walked to the truck and opened the door. The heat inside hit me, trapped and heavy. I sat for a moment, letting my body adjust, then reached for the logbook on the passenger seat. My hand shook as I wrote, time, weather, purpose, boundary check, unusual frost, equipment interference, visual anomaly in clearing, possible prior entry by unknown individual. I hesitated, then added one more line, do not enter alone. I drove back to town with the windows down, the hot air rushing in, trying to burn off the cold that had settled into me. It didn't fully leave. Even now, sitting in the station, I can feel it in my hands when I think about the place. We sent a team in the next day. 3 people, full gear, multiple redundancies on navigation and communication. They tied their path with bright tape, checked in at regular intervals. We lost contact with them within 20 minutes. The tape was found later, arranged in a rough circle just inside the tree line. Their equipment was scattered along it, some pieces rimmed with frost, others warm to the touch as if they'd been sitting in the sun. There were no tracks leading out. The basin is still there, the fence still stands. The sign is still half rotted, warning about unstable ground. People still go in. I keep the log updated. Names, dates, times, the list grows. Line by line, a record of entries without exits. Sometimes when I'm alone in the station, the radio will crackle and carry a voice that sounds like mine, calling out from a place where the trees don't match their reflections, and the ground holds a season that doesn't belong. I don't answer it anymore. I just listen until it fades, and then I write another line in the book, marking the moment as precisely as I can, because that's the only part of this that still behaves the way it should. Time moves forward out here. In there, I'm not sure it does. I arrived in the valley just after dawn, the kind of pale, diluted light that flattens everything into something older than it is. The road dipped between low fields stitched with frost, and the farmhouse I had come to see stood alone at the far edge, its boards gray and furred with age. I parked beside a collapsed fence and cut the engine. The quiet pressed in immediately, thick and watchful, as if the place had been holding its breath for 100 years, and didn't intend to let it go for me. My work had brought me there, though. Work feels too formal for what had become a fixation. I study rural folklore and the ways it bends behavior, how belief, especially isolated belief, can justify acts that would otherwise be unthinkable. The case tied to this property had been a footnote in a county archive, a homicide from 1926, committed by a farmer against his own brother. The official record called it a dispute over land. The margins of the record, written in a different hand, said something else, that the killing had been done to keep the blight from taking root. That phrase had followed me for months. The valley still farmed the same crops, corn in the lower fields, alfalfa where the ground rose, and the same family still held most of the land. I had already spoken to a few of them in town the night before. They were polite in the way people are when they've learned not to be impolite and careful with their words. When I mentioned the 1926 case, they corrected me without correcting me. It wasn't a case. It was something that happened. It wasn't murder. It was what needed doing. And the farmhouse I stood in front of now, they said, was best left alone. I let myself in through a door that hung crooked on one hinge. The air inside was colder than outside, as if the house held its own weather. Dust lay thick across the floorboards, undisturbed except for a narrow path that ran from the entry to the back of the house. I noticed that immediately. It wasn't recent. No crisp edges, no footprints I could read, but it wasn't as settled as the rest. Something had moved through here, not often, but not never. I told myself it was rodents. or the occasional curious trespasser, the main room was bare, except for a long table shoved against the wall and a rusted stove. The windows were clouded with age, letting in a thin, colorless light. I set my bag down and took out my camera and recorder. Habit anchored me. Documentation first, interpretation later. Property of the Hale family, I said quietly into the recorder. Site of the 1926 homicide attributed to Elias Hale. Victim Thomas Hale, brother. Alleged motive and marginal notes. Preventive action against blight. My voice sounded wrong in the room. Too present. I moved toward the back, following the faint path in the dust. It led to a narrow hallway and then to a door that had been closed more recently than the others. The dust on its surface had been disturbed, a smear where a hand might have pushed it open. I hesitated there longer than I needed to. Not from fear, I told myself, but from a professional instinct to observe before acting. The smear was at shoulder height. Broad adult. I opened the door. The room beyond had once been a bedroom. A metal bed frame leaned against one wall, its mattress long gone. The floorboards were darker here, stained unevenly in a pattern that didn't align with any piece of furniture. I crouched and ran my fingers lightly across the wood. The stain had sunk deep. Age had dulled it, but not erased it. The record had not specified where in the house the killing occurred. I took photographs from several angles, careful to capture the stain's spread and the way it seemed to pool toward the center of the room. When I stood again, I noticed something else, a small hatch set into the floor near the far wall. It was the kind that leads to a root cellar or crawl space. Its edges were cleaner than the surrounding boards. I knelt again and lifted it. The smell came first. Not rot, not exactly, something dry and mineral, like turned earth that had been sealed away. A narrow set of steps descended into darkness. I angled my flashlight down and saw packed dirt walls reinforced with old timber. The marginal notes from the archive mentioned ritual preparation, though they never defined it. I went down. The space below was low enough that I had to duck. The beam of my flashlight cut a narrow tunnel of visibility, catching on the rough walls and the uneven floor. There were marks down here, grooves in the dirt, shallow and parallel, as if something had been dragged repeatedly from one end of the cellar to the other. At the far end, the beam found a crate. It was wooden, reinforced with metal bands, and unlike anything else in the house, it looked maintained. Not new, but not abandoned either. The wood was oiled, the metal free of rust. I felt a brief, irrational relief at the sight of something cared for. It suggested continuity. It suggested that whatever had happened here hadn't simply been left to decay. I set my recorder on the ground and spoke again, keeping my tone even. Subfloor space accessible via hatch and rear bedroom. Evidence of repeated use. Presence of container. Likely storage. Conditions suggest ongoing maintenance. My hand hovered over the crate's lid. I expected tools, maybe preserved food, something practical that would explain the cellar's upkeep. What I found instead were objects that felt arranged rather than stored. Bundles of dried plants, tied with twine, and labeled in a handwriting that matched the marginal notes from the archive. Flat stones etched with simple symbols, lines and circles, nothing elaborate. A small cloth pouch that rattled faintly when I lifted it, and beneath these, wrapped in a yellowed sheet, something heavier. I unwrapped it slowly. It was a blade, not large, not ornate. A farm knife, the kind used for cutting feed or dressing animals. The metal was worn but clean, the edge recently honed. I held it carefully, aware of the way my pulse had picked up without my permission. This was not an artifact left behind. This was something still in use. I set the knife back where I had found it and replaced the sheet. My movements more deliberate now. The air in the cellar felt different, thicker, as if my presence had altered its balance. I became aware of a faint sound. Not a distinct noise, but a subtle shift in the silence, like the difference between a room that is empty and one that is occupied by someone who isn't moving. I turned off my flashlight. Darkness closed in completely, immediate and absolute. For a moment, I heard nothing but my own breathing. Then gradually other things resolved themselves. A soft scuff somewhere to my left, a slight settling of dirt, the almost imperceptible exhale of air that wasn't mine. I told myself it was the house above me, the wind pressing against its broken frame. I turned the light back on. The cellar was as it had been. The crate, the walls, the narrow steps leading up. Nothing moved, but the grooves in the dirt, those shallow drag marks seemed more pronounced now, as if the light had deepened them. I went back upstairs faster than I intended to. In the bedroom, the light had shifted. The window let in a stronger gray now, the day advancing. I stood there for a moment, orienting myself, letting the ordinary shapes of the room reassert their meaning. Bed frame, wall, door, the stain on the floor. It looked different, not larger, not changed in any measurable way. But the pattern I had photographed earlier no longer matched what I saw. The pooling at the center had elongated slightly, stretching toward the hatch I had just climbed through. I checked my camera. The images showed the original pattern. Fixed, unchanged, I looked back at the floor. The elongation remained. This was the first moment I allowed myself to consider that what I was experiencing might not be entirely external. Sensory distortion is not uncommon in isolated environments. Fatigue, expectation, the influence of prior knowledge, all of these can alter perception. I had been immersed in this case for months. I knew what had happened here. It was reasonable that my mind would begin to impose connections where none existed. I said this aloud, quietly, as if explaining it to someone else would make it more solid. Then I heard footsteps above me. Not from outside, not from the yard, but from the front of the house, moving across the main room. Slow, measured, the boards creaked under the weight, each step distinct. I froze. There was no vehicle outside, but mine. No sign of recent entry other than the path I had followed. And yet the sound was unmistakable. Someone walking where I had stood minutes before. I moved to the bedroom doorway and looked down the hallway. The main room lay beyond. Empty. The table against the wall. The stove. The gray light. The footsteps continued. They crossed the room, paused near the front door, then turned and moved back toward the hallway. Toward me. I stepped back into the bedroom, my gaze fixed on the doorway as the sound approached. The rhythm of the steps was steady, unhurried, as if the person making them knew exactly where they were going. The sound reached the threshold, stopped. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then slowly, the door I had left open began to close. Not slammed, not forced, just a gradual, deliberate movement until the gap narrowed and the light from the hallway thinned to a line. I moved forward without thinking and caught the door before it shut completely. My hand pressed against the wood, feeling its rough grain, its solid, ordinary resistance. I pulled it open again. The hallway was empty. The main room beyond was unchanged. The silence had returned, but it no longer felt neutral. It felt occupied. I left the house after that, not in a panic, not running, but with a controlled urgency that I recognized from other field work. The point at which continuing observation becomes less valuable than preserving what you have already gathered. I packed my equipment, took one last set of photographs of the exterior, and drove back toward town with the windows down. Despite the cold, I told myself I would review the material, compare the images, and return the next day with a clearer head. I did not return the next day. Instead, I spent the evening in the small local library, going through records I had not yet examined. Property transfers, personal letters, church registries. It was there that I found the continuity I had sensed in the cellar, made explicit. The Hale family had never relinquished the property. It had passed from Elias to his son, then to his grandson, and so on. Each transfer recorded with a brief note. Caretaker assumes duty. No detail, no explanation, just that phrase repeated across generations. Caretaker assumes duty. In a box of donated papers, I found a ledger recent, not archival, belonging to the current Hale descendant. It listed dates and simple entries, weather conditions, crop yields, and interspersed among them something else. Inspection completed. Boundary holds. Signs reduced. The most recent entry was from 2 days before my arrival. Reinforcement required. Visitor expected. I closed the ledger and sat there for a long time, aware of the way the room around me felt subtly wrong, as if the angles of the shelves and tables no longer aligned in the way they should. I looked down at my hands and saw a faint smudge of dirt beneath my fingernails, darker than the dust from the house above, the color of the cellar floor. I do not remember leaving the library. I remember waking in my motel room in the early hours of the morning, fully dressed, my shoes still on, my recorder on the nightstand beside me. It was playing. My own voice filled the room, but not anything I recalled saying. Subfloor space accessible, it said. Evidence of repeated use. A pause. Then, quieter, as if spoken close to the microphone. Containment intact. I turned it off. When I checked my camera, the photographs from the bedroom showed the stain as I had last seen it. Not as it had been when I first entered, but elongated, reaching toward the hatch. In one image taken at an angle I do not remember choosing, there was a shadow near the doorway. It had no clear source, no defined edge, just a density of darkness that suggested a shape without confirming it. I left the valley that morning. The further I drove, the more the world seemed to settle back into its expected proportions. The road straightened, the light sharpened, the air lost that dense, watchful quality. By the time I reached the highway, I could almost convince myself that what I had experienced was a convergence of fatigue, expectation, and suggestion. Almost. In the weeks since, I have reviewed the materials repeatedly. I have compared the images, transcribed the recordings, cross-referenced the documents. I have written drafts of a paper that frames the event as a case study in inherited belief systems and the persistence of ritualized behavior in isolated communities. I have not submitted it because there is one detail I cannot reconcile. The ledger I found in the library is now in my possession. I do not remember taking it, but it was in my bag when I unpacked it home. I have turned its pages many times, tracing the entries, noting the consistency of the handwriting across years. There is a final entry now, one that was not there when I first read it. It is dated the day after I left the valley. The handwriting matches the others. Transfer pending. Beneath it, in a different hand. My hand, though I have no memory of writing it, are 3 words. Observer assumes duty. I first noticed the pattern because I couldn't sleep, and because my bedroom window faces directly into Carl Hensley's backyard. It was late, the kind of late where the streetlights hum louder than anything else, and the houses sit like sealed boxes. I'd gotten up for water and paused when I saw movement through the blinds. At first I thought it was a stray animal, something nosing through his garden, but the shape stood upright, slow and deliberate, and then bent down with a steady rhythm. Carl was out there again. He lived alone in the house next to mine. Retired, quiet, the type who kept his lawn trimmed but never waved. We'd exchanged maybe 3 words in 5 years. Nothing about him stood out except that he never seemed to leave. That night, he was digging, not casually, not like someone planting or fixing a fence. He was working with a kind of focus that made it hard to look away. He drove the shovel straight down, lifted, stepped aside, and repeated. Same spot, same motion, over and over. I checked the clock. 2:17 a.m. The next night, he did it again, and the next. At first, I tried to ignore it. People have their routines. Insomnia makes you do strange things. But what bothered me wasn't just the time, it was the consistency. Same patch of yard, same methodical pace, no lights on except a single portable work lamp set low to the ground, casting long shadows that made the hole look deeper than it should have been. By the 4th night, I noticed something else. The dirt he dug up wasn't staying in a pile. It was disappearing. I leaned closer to the window, lifting the blind just enough to see. He would shovel out a load, carry it out of view beyond the fence line, then come back empty-handed. There was no growing mound, no sign of where the soil was going. That's when I started keeping track. Not counting, not obsessively, just noting things down. times, duration, weather. I told myself it was practical, that if something was wrong, I'd have something concrete to point to. What I wrote didn't make it feel better. He worked every night, no exceptions. Rain didn't stop him. One night, it came down hard enough to flood the gutters, and he still stood out there, soaked through, digging with the same steady rhythm. After a week, I could see the change in his yard, even from my window. The ground wasn't flat anymore. It dipped inward, subtle at first, like a shallow depression. But each night, it deepened. The edges grew sharper. The shadows collected differently. It wasn't just a hole. It was becoming a shape. I told myself I'd talk to him. Just a simple question. Ask what he was building, if he needed help. Something normal. But every time I stepped outside during the day, his house looked sealed off, curtains drawn, no car in the driveway, no sign of activity. At night, though, he was always there, always digging. The 8th night, I stepped into my backyard. I didn't go far, just onto the grass, enough to see over the fence without the distortion of glass. The air was cold and still, carrying the dull scrape of metal into dirt. He didn't acknowledge me, not even a glance. Up close, the hole was worse than I expected. It wasn't wide like a pit. It was narrow and long, stretching away from where he stood, like a trench. The sides were clean, almost vertical, as if he'd been carving into something more stable than loose soil. He paused, leaned on the shovel, and looked down into it. I followed his gaze, and I couldn't see the bottom. The light didn't reach it. I straightened, turned, and walked past me without a word, carrying another load of dirt into the darkness beyond his yard. I waited until he was out of sight, then stepped closer. The edge felt wrong under my feet, too firm. I crouched and pressed my hand to the ground. It wasn't just packed soil. It felt compacted, like layers had been compressed over time. I lay flat and leaned over the edge. The trench angled downward at a steep incline, disappearing into black. The air rising from it was cooler than the night around me, carrying a faint, dry smell like old concrete or dust. Behind me, I heard the scrape of the shovel again. I stood up too fast, heart jumping, and backed away without looking at him. I went inside and locked the door. The next morning, I called the police. I kept it simple. Told them my neighbor was digging a large trench at night, that it looked unsafe, that I was concerned about property lines and potential collapse. The officer who came out didn't seem interested. He stood at the fence, hands on his belt, and glanced over for maybe 5 seconds. "Looks like landscaping," he said. "At 3 in the morning," he shrugged. "People work odd hours. It's not normal," I said. "It's deep. Dangerous even." He nodded like he was listening, but his eyes had already drifted back toward his car. "If it crosses into your property, give us a call. Otherwise, it's his yard. That's it. That's it." He left without knocking on Carl's door. That night, Carl dug again. The trench had grown longer, extending almost the full length of his backyard. The angle had steepened, the opening narrowing slightly at the top, as if he were shaping it deliberately. I noticed something else. He wasn't carrying dirt away anymore. He was bringing something back. Each time he disappeared into the darkness beyond his fence, he returned with empty hands. But when he came back to the trench, he would pause, reach into his pocket, and drop something inside. Small, hard to see, but consistent. But I told myself it was debris, rocks. Maybe he was stabilizing the base. It didn't feel like that. The 10th night, I couldn't stay in my house. I waited until he moved out of sight again, then crossed into his yard. Up close, the trench was wider than it looked. The edges were reinforced somehow. The soil compacted into a smooth surface that didn't crumble when I pressed against it. I lay down again, stretching farther this time, angling my body so I could see deeper. The light caught something, not at the bottom but along the side. Lines, horizontal, evenly spaced, running along the wall of the trench like layers. But they weren't natural, they were too uniform, too precise. I shifted, trying to get a better angle. My hand slipped. The edge gave just enough for my weight to tilt forward. and for a second I was hanging over open space, staring straight down. The trench didn't end. It curved, not downward but inward, like it was leading somewhere beneath the yard. A faint sound came up from below. Not mechanical, not water. Something like movement, distant and contained. I pulled myself back and scrambled away, breathing hard. Behind me, the shovel stopped. I didn't turn around. I walked back to my house, closed the door, and locked it again. The next day, I called the police a second time. This time I was more direct. I told them I believed there was something underground, that the excavation was unsafe, that it might connect to utilities or structures. A different officer came. He didn't even step out of his car at first, just rolled down the window and listened while I explained. When I finished, he glanced toward Carl's house, then back at me. "We've had no other complaints," he said. "That doesn't mean it's fine." He hesitated, then added, "That property's not on any active utility grid." "What does that mean?" "It means there's nothing down there that concerns us. But there is something down there." He gave a small, tight smile. "Unless you have evidence of a crime, there's nothing we can do." He drove off before I could say anything else. That night, Carl didn't use the shovel. He used a ladder. He set it into the trench and climbed down slowly, carrying the work lamp with him. The light descended until it disappeared around the curve. The yard went dark. I stood at my window, waiting. Minutes passed, then longer. No sound, no movement, just the empty shape of the trench cutting through his yard. I told myself to stay inside. I didn't. I crossed over again, moving faster this time, not caring about being quiet. At the edge, I looked down. The ladder was still there, angled into the darkness. The light was gone. I listened. At first, nothing. Then that same faint sound, closer now. Not rising, not falling, just present. I stepped onto the ladder. Each rung felt solid, the sides anchored into the compacted earth. The air grew cooler as I descended. The smell of dry dust stronger. The curve swallowed the light from the street behind me. I kept going until the last of it disappeared. Then I stopped. The trench leveled out into a narrow passage, just tall enough to crouch in. The walls were smooth, those same horizontal lines running along both sides. I reached out and touched one. It wasn't soil. It was something harder. Layered, pressed. Deliberate. The sound came again. Right ahead of me. I took one step forward, then another. The passage bent slightly, just enough to block my view of what was ahead. I leaned around the corner and froze. The space opened up into a chamber beneath the yard. Not large, but structured. The same layered material formed the walls, the floor, even the ceiling. Everything was uniform, precise, as if it had been shaped long before Carl ever started digging. In the center, the ground had been cleared, and Carl was standing there. He wasn't digging anymore. He was placing something into the floor, small objects one by one into shallow impressions that lined the surface. He didn't look up. He didn't react. He just continued, methodical, focused, like he had been in the yard. I stepped back without thinking. My foot hit the ladder, and it shifted slightly. The sound echoed. Carl stopped. Slowly, he turned his head. Even in the dim light, I could see his expression clearly. Not surprise, not anger, recognition, like he had been expecting me. I didn't wait. I climbed the ladder as fast as I could, hands slipping against the rungs, breath coming too fast to control. The cold air followed me up, clinging to my skin. When I reached the top, I pulled myself out and ran. I didn't look back. I didn't stop until I was inside my house with the door locked and every light on. The next morning, I went outside. The yard was empty. No ladder. No trench. The ground was flat again. Not filled in, not disturbed. Flat. Like nothing had ever been there. I stood at the fence for a long time, trying to find any sign of it. A line in the grass. A difference in color. Anything. There was nothing. Carl's house looked the same as always. Curtains drawn, no movement. I called the police again. They didn't send anyone this time. That night, I stayed awake, watching, waiting. At 2:17, the light came back on in his yard. Carl stepped outside, carrying the shovel. He walked to the exact same spot and started digging again. I shouldn't have recognized the gate, but I did the moment the trees thinned and the gravel turned to gray dust that stuck to our shoes. It was the old intake site outside our town, the one everyone pretended had already collapsed years ago. I'd seen it once as a kid through a chain-link fence, just a concrete mouth in the hillside with a rusted warning sign bolted crooked. That sign was gone now. The fence, too. Someone had cut it clean and rolled it back like a lid. We weren't supposed to be there. That was the point. There were 5 of us. Me, Carter, Luis, Ben, and Marla. We'd grown up in the same streets. The kind of place where nothing changes unless someone forces it to. Carter had the bolt cutters. Luis had the flashlight rig he used for late-night fishing. Ben carried the food like we were going camping instead of breaking into a sealed site. Marla had a camera and kept saying we should document everything. I just followed because I didn't want to be the one who stayed behind and heard about it later. The air near the entrance felt wrong. Before we even stepped inside. Not colder exactly. Thicker. Like the hill was breathing out something it had been holding for a long time. Carter ducked through first. The beam from his light cut a straight line into the dark. Dust hung in it, unmoving. I remember thinking it looked staged, like we were walking into something prepared for us. Inside, the tunnel sloped down at a shallow angle. The walls weren't natural rock. They'd been carved and reinforced. Concrete poured in uneven sections that showed different ages of work. Some parts were smooth, others cracked and flaking. There were old conduit lines running along the ceiling. Most of them stripped, wires hanging like dead vines. No wind, no insects, no sound except our steps, and the faint scrape of loose grit under our boots. Marla took pictures as we moved. The camera clicks sounded too loud. We passed a set of metal brackets bolted into the wall, where something heavy had once been mounted. A pump, maybe, or a gate. It was gone now, leaving only dark outlines where the metal had shielded the concrete from years of dust. About 10 minutes in, the tunnel widened into a chamber. The floor dipped, and there was a shallow basin in the center filled with dry sediment that looked like it had once been mud. There were tracks in it, old ones, shallow and softened by time. Not tire marks, not boot prints either, just long, dragged shapes that overlapped and disappeared at the edges. Ben crouched near them, poking the surface with a stick he'd picked up outside. It broke the crust easily, revealing darker material underneath. Something moved through here, he said, not looking at us. Luis swung his light across the far wall. There was another passage, narrower, reinforced with newer concrete. The edges were sharper, cleaner. Someone had worked on it more recently than the rest. That's not from back in the day, he said. Carter didn't hesitate. He headed for the newer passage like that was the reason we'd come. I remember hesitating at the threshold. The air shifted again there. Not a breeze, just a pressure change, like stepping deeper underwater. We went in anyway. The new tunnel angled slightly to the right, then leveled out. The walls here had markings, chalk or paint, hard to tell. Lines, arrows, numbers that didn't form any clear pattern. Some were smudged as if someone had tried to wipe them away in a hurry. Marla stopped to photograph them. Her flash lit the corridor in sharp bursts, freezing everything for a split second. In those flashes, the tunnel looked shorter than it should have been. Like the dark ahead was closer than the light could reach. We kept moving. Time stretched in a way that didn't match our pace. It felt like we'd been walking for an hour. But when I checked my phone, only 20 minutes had passed. No signal, just the time glowing back at me. The first real change came with Luis. He was walking just ahead of me, his light steady when he stopped without warning. Not a stumble, not a pause, just a complete stop, like something had switched him off. "Louise," I said. He didn't answer. Carter turned, annoyed at first, then quieter when he saw Louise standing there, facing the wall. Not looking at anything specific, just there. "What are you doing?" Carter asked. Louise tilted his head slightly, like he was listening to something on the other side of the concrete. Then, he said, very calmly, "We shouldn't go back." It wasn't what he said, it was how he said it. Flat, certain, like he'd already tried and knew the outcome. Ben laughed, but it sounded forced. "We're not going back yet." Louise turned to face us. His expression was wrong. Not scared, not excited, just empty in a way I'd never seen on him before. "There's no way out that way anymore," he said. Carter stepped closer to him. "What do you mean anymore?" Louise didn't answer directly. He looked past Carter down the tunnel behind us, as if measuring the distance. "We took too long," he said. Marla lowered her camera. "Louis, stop messing around." "I'm not," he said. "Listen, we all went quiet. At first I heard nothing. Then, faintly, a sound from behind us. Not footsteps, not machinery. Something like a low, steady vibration. It wasn't loud, but it carried through the floor, up through my boots." Carter swore under his breath and pushed past Louise, heading back the way we'd come. The rest of us followed, with Louise bringing up the rear. The tunnel felt longer going back. The markings on the walls seemed different, though I couldn't say how. Some arrows pointed the opposite direction now. Some numbers were missing entirely. The vibration grew stronger. When we reached the chamber with the basin, Carter slowed, then stopped. The entrance we'd come through was gone. Not collapsed, not blocked by debris, just sealed. A smooth wall of concrete where the sloping tunnel had been. No seam, no cracks, like it had never been there. Ben ran up to it, pressing his hands against the surface. "This is wrong," he said, his voice rising. "This is not right." Carter started feeling along the wall, searching for any irregularity. There was none. It was continuous, solid, unbroken. Marla turned in a slow circle, her camera hanging at her side. "We didn't take a different turn," she said. "There wasn't a turn." Louise stayed near the center of the chamber, watching us without moving. "I told you," he said. The vibration was stronger here, a constant presence now. The sediment in the basin trembled slightly, forming faint ripples that spread and vanished. Carter forced himself to stay calm. "Okay, fine. There's another way out. There has to be. These places always have multiple exits." He pointed back toward the newer tunnel. "We keep going. We find another access point." Ben didn't argue. None of us did. We went back into the newer passage. It felt narrower than before. The walls closer, the ceiling lower, though I couldn't remember if it had actually changed or if it was just the pressure building in my head. We walked for what felt like hours. The tunnel branched once, then again. Each split was marked with those same arrows and numbers, but they didn't make sense. Some pointed into walls. Some led to dead ends that hadn't been there on the way in. At one junction, Marla stopped. "There were only two paths here," she said. I took pictures. There were two. Now there were three. Carter chose the middle without hesitation. The vibration turned into a sound we could hear now, a low hum that rose and fell in uneven intervals. It reminded me of something mechanical, trying to start up and failing, over and over. Ben started talking to himself, quiet at first, then louder. Not sentences, just fragments, directions, distances, things that didn't connect. Marla stopped taking pictures. I kept checking my phone, watching the minutes tick by, in a way that didn't match how long we felt like we'd been down there. Luis walked at the back again. At some point I realized we were passing the same markings more than once. A specific set of numbers scratched deeper than the rest. A smear of dark residue on the wall at shoulder height. A broken piece of conduit hanging at an angle. We were looping. Carter noticed it too. He didn't say it out loud, but I saw it in the way he started marking the walls with his knife. cutting small deliberate slashes into the concrete. We passed one of his marks again. Less than 10 minutes later, "That's not possible," Ben said. No one corrected him. The first person we lost was Marla. It happened in a section where the tunnel narrowed enough that we had to walk single file. Carter in front. Then me, then Ben, then Marla, with Luis at the back. The hum was loud there. Close. Like it was just behind the walls. I heard Marla's steps stop. I turned, expecting to see her crouching for a photo or adjusting her camera. She wasn't there. The space behind Ben was empty. Luis stood a few feet farther back, his light pointed at the floor. "Where is she?" I asked. Ben spun around, nearly losing his footing. "She was right here." Luis didn't move. "There's no side passage," Carter said from the front, his voice tight. "There's nowhere for her to go. We called her name. Once. Twice." The sound didn't travel far. It felt like the tunnel absorbed it. No answer. On the wall where Marla had been walking, there was a fresh mark, not one of Carter's cuts. Something smoother, like a long scrape, as if something had brushed along the surface with enough force to leave a faint line. Ben pressed himself against the opposite wall, breathing hard. "We need to get out," he said. Carter didn't argue anymore. We kept moving. Time broke apart after that. The tunnel shifted in ways I couldn't track. Turns led back to themselves. Straight paths bent without warning. The markings on the walls multiplied, then thinned out, then appeared in places we hadn't been. The hum never stopped. Ben was next. He started walking ahead of Carter at some point, like he couldn't stand being in the middle anymore. He moved faster than the rest of us, his light swinging wildly. "Slow down," Carter called. Ben didn't. He reached a bend in the tunnel and disappeared around it. We followed seconds later. The corridor beyond was straight, empty. No side passages, no places to hide. Ben was gone. Carter stood there for a long moment, staring down the length of the tunnel like he expected Ben to reappear if he waited long enough. "He can't just vanish," he said, more to himself than to us. Luis stepped past me. "He didn't," he said. "He just went where we can't follow." Carter grabbed him by the front of his shirt. "What does that mean?" Luis met his gaze without reacting. "It means it's working," he said. Carter let go of him like he'd been burned. We kept moving because there was nothing else to do. At some point, the tunnel opened into another chamber, larger than the first. The floor here was solid concrete, marked with painted lines that formed a grid. Most of the paint had worn away, but enough remained to see the pattern. In the center of the room was a structure, low, rectangular, made of the same concrete as the walls, but smoother, newer. There was an opening on one side, just large enough to crawl through. The hum was strongest there. Carter approached it slowly. "This is it," he said. "This is whatever they built." Luis stayed back. "We're not supposed to leave," he said. "We're supposed to finish it." Carter ignored him. He crouched near the opening, shining his light inside. I moved closer, just enough to see over his shoulder. The interior wasn't empty. It wasn't filled with anything I could name either. Just a space that didn't reflect the light correctly. The beam from Carter's flashlight bent slightly as it entered, like the air inside was denser. "How deep does it go?" I asked. Carter didn't answer. He leaned in a little farther. The light flickered. For a moment, I thought I saw movement inside. Not something distinct. Just a shift, like a shadow adjusting to make room. Carter inhaled sharply. Then he started to climb in. I grabbed his arm. "Don't." He looked back at me. His expression stretched thin. "This is the only way," he said. Luis took a step forward. "It only works if you choose it," he said. Carter pulled free from my grip. He went inside. The hum dropped in pitch, then rose again, louder than before. I backed away from the structure, my ears ringing. "Carter," I called. No answer. The light he carried dimmed, then vanished entirely. I turned to Luis. He was watching the opening with that same empty calm. "You knew," I said. He nodded. "It changes you," he said, "or it takes you. Either way, you don't come back the same." "Why are you still here?" I asked. He looked at me, and for a second, something like recognition flickered in his eyes. "Because there has to be one left to understand it," he said. The hum surged, filling the chamber until it felt like it was inside my head. The painted grid on the floor seemed to shift under my feet, the lines bending toward the structure in the center. Luis stepped back toward the tunnel we'd come from. "You can still walk," he said. "For a while. Is there an exit?" I asked. He didn't answer. I didn't go into the structure. I chose the tunnel. I walked for what felt like days. The hum followed me, sometimes close, sometimes distant. The walls changed. The markings faded. The air thinned, then thickened again. At some point, the tunnel sloped upward. Light appeared ahead. Real light, not from a flashlight. I stumbled out into open air just before dawn. The hillside looked different. The trees were wrong, thinner, younger. There was no gate, no fence, no sign that anything had ever been there. I went back later with people from town, with equipment, with maps. We found nothing, just solid ground where the entrance should have been. No one believed me. Not fully. Luis never came out. Sometimes when it's quiet, I feel that same vibration under my feet. Faint but steady. Like something deep below is still running, and I can't shake the feeling that it's not trapping people anymore, but that it's waiting for them to come back on their own. I first noticed something was off the moment I drove past the welcome sign, the kind with peeling paint and a slogan no one bothered to update anymore. The town sat tucked into a narrow valley like it was hiding from the rest of the world. A cluster of low buildings pressed close together, all of it surrounded by steep slopes cut into terraces of old industrial work. Smoke drifted lazily from a few stacks further up the ridge, and everything carried that faint metallic smell you get from long-used machinery and damp stone. I had taken the assignment because it was temporary and quiet. That's what I told myself anyway. A small-town clinic needed coverage, while their only physician recovered from an illness. 3 weeks. Good pay. Minimal complications. That was before I met the people. They watched me as I stepped into the clinic. Not openly hostile, just attentive, like I'd interrupted something they all understood, but hadn't explained to me yet. The waiting room was full, but no one spoke. No phones. No idle movement. Just stillness, broken only by their eyes tracking me as I crossed the floor. That's when I saw the marks. At first I thought it was just a few patients, some kind of shared occupational scarring, maybe from the industrial work further up the valley. But as I looked closer, it became obvious it wasn't isolated. Everyone had them. Thin, pale lines etched into the skin. They curved and looped in patterns that didn't look random. They followed the body in deliberate ways around wrists, along the neck, across cheekbones, but never crossing joints, never interfering with movement. They weren't inflamed. They weren't recent. They looked settled, accepted. The staff greeted me in the back with polite efficiency. 2 nurses, both locals. They spoke carefully, like every word had already been agreed upon ahead of time. They gave me a quick overview, patient flow, supply limits, documentation expectations. When I brought up the markings, they exchanged a glance I wasn't meant to notice. One of them said it was normal here. That word stuck with me. Normal. My first few days passed in a blur of routine cases, minor injuries, respiratory issues, the usual complications you'd expect in a place built around heavy labor and isolation. But the marks kept pulling my attention. They were too consistent, too intentional to ignore. I started documenting them quietly. Different ages, different patterns, but always following the same underlying structure. Younger patients had faint, incomplete lines. Older ones had dense layered markings that looked almost architectural, like something had been built over time beneath the skin. I asked questions when I could. No one gave me a straight answer. They didn't resist. They didn't get defensive. They just redirected. Like the question itself didn't quite apply. By the end of the first week, I realized something else. No one in town was unmarked. Not a single person. Even the staff. Even the children. I brought it up again during a supply review, keeping my tone clinical, framing it as a possible environmental factor, something worth investigating for long-term health implications. One of the nurses nodded slowly. Then she told me the clinic's role wasn't to question what already worked, that the town had its own standards, and that I was here to align with them. That word came up again. Align. It started to feel less like a suggestion and more like a boundary. Sleep didn't come easy after that. The place had a constant low vibration from the industrial operations up the valley, something you could feel more than hear. It settled into the walls, into the floor, into your chest if you stayed still long enough. I spent those nights reviewing my notes, looking for patterns beyond the obvious, and I found them. The markings weren't just similar, they progressed. There were stages. Early lines appeared faint and isolated, then they branched, then they connected. Over time, they formed dense, interwoven structures that covered larger portions of the body, like something was being completed. On the 10th day, a patient came in with a fresh cut along his forearm. Nothing serious, clean edges, easy closure, but when I cleaned the wound, I noticed something that made me stop. The existing markings curved around the injury, not interrupted by it, not distorted. They adjusted to it. And when, like the cut had been anticipated, I didn't say anything at the time. I finished the sutures, documented everything, and moved on. But that image stayed with me longer than it should have. That night, I tried to send my notes out. The system didn't allow it. No external connection. No uploads. No outgoing communication beyond whatever channels the town controlled. I hadn't been told that before arriving. The next morning, my files had been reorganized. Same content, different structure. Categorized by stages, not by symptoms. I asked about it. They said it was for consistency. Always that word. By the second week, the feeling had shifted. I wasn't just observing anymore. I was being included. The local physician was brought in around that time. They said he was recovering, but he didn't look like someone who had been ill in any conventional sense. He looked altered. The markings on him were extensive. Not just layered, but complete. They covered his visible skin in a dense network of lines that caught the light in a way I couldn't quite describe. He reviewed my notes carefully. Then he told me I was documenting outcomes, not understanding the process, that the markings weren't damage, they were integration. I asked him how they were made. He didn't answer directly. He said the question assumed there was a before and after, that here, those distinctions didn't hold. That night, I checked my own skin. At first, nothing. Then I saw it. A faint line along my wrist. So subtle I might have missed it any other time. It curved slightly, just enough to stand out from the natural lines of the skin. I pressed it. No pain. I told myself it was nothing. By the next morning, it was still there. By the day after that, there were more. They appeared gradually, always faint at first, then clearer, then part of something larger. They followed the same patterns I had been documenting for days. I checked everything. I checked water source, air quality, surfaces, instruments. Nothing explained it. I tried to leave on the 17th day. The road was still there. The gates were still there, but when I pushed them, they didn't move. Not locked, not stuck, just unmoving, like the effort didn't connect. I stood there longer than I should have, my hand on the metal feeling that same low vibration from the valley running through it. When I looked down, the lines on my wrist were more visible. I went back. No one asked where I had been. By the third week, the changes were undeniable. The markings had spread up my arm, branching, connecting, forming the same structures I had seen on everyone else. The progression was faster than anything I had observed before, and something else had changed. My work diagnoses came easier. Patterns that used to take time now presented themselves immediately. I would look at a patient and understand the progression of their condition before running any tests. The markings helped. Not directly, but they aligned with what I was seeing internally, like a map. The local physician met with me again near the end. He told me the process was almost complete, that I wouldn't be external much longer. I didn't argue. I didn't ask what came next. I already knew enough to understand the direction. This morning, I stood at the window above the clinic and looked out over the town. It doesn't feel unfamiliar anymore. The streets, the buildings, the people moving between them. It all follows a pattern I can now recognize without effort. I raised my hand. The markings are complete. They run continuously across my skin. No gaps, no interruptions. A finished structure, not imposed. Connected. Downstairs, a patient is waiting. I can already picture the early lines on their wrist, the way the pattern will begin, the way it will grow. I pick up my bag and head down. When I enter the room, I place my hand beside theirs. The lines match. Not identical, a line. For a moment, I remember the drive-in, the sign at the edge of town, the feeling that something here wasn't right. That feeling doesn't hold anymore. I begin the examination already aware of what I'll find, already understanding where it leads. The system doesn't resist. It continues. And now so do I, without question, without separation, documenting each stage as it unfolds, each new line finding its place, each person becoming part of something that was already here long before I arrived, and will remain long after. There's no one left to notice the difference between entering and staying. I set the recorder on a flat stone beside the transect marker and noted the time, wind direction, and canopy density. Before I realized the wind wasn't moving the canopy at all. The leaves held their positions as if pinned, while something like wind passed through them without friction, a silent pressure that moved across my face and down my sleeves. I leaned closer to the microphone, watching the level bars tremble, and spoke a baseline description of the site so I could calibrate later against the ambient track. The bars spiked as if I had shouted, though I had barely raised my voice. I was there to document a localized acoustic anomaly reported by a coastal survey team, a narrow band of forest where recorded sound didn't match what observers perceived in real time. The reports were inconsistent, anecdotal, and scattered across several months. I had a week to collect controlled recordings, map any gradients, and rule out equipment interference from the nearby cliffs and tide pools. I had done similar work along highways and under power lines. This felt cleaner on paper. The forest was a temperate rainforest, pressed tight against the coast, trunks mossed and damp, ground layered in soft rot and fallen needles. The ocean was less than a mile away, but the sound of it came and went in pieces, as if carried in fragments. My camp was set on a small rise beyond a line of hemlocks. I had a tent, a field table, 2 recorders, spare batteries, and a hard case for the drives. I kept my procedure simple and repeatable. That first afternoon I established 3 recording points along a straight line inland from the trailhead, each marked with bright tape and GPS coordinates. At each point I recorded 10 minutes of ambient sound, then 10 minutes of controlled inputs. My own voice at measured distances, a set of hand claps, and a small metronome I clipped to a branch. The metronome ticked cleanly to my ear. On the recorder, the tick stretched and doubled, as if someone had nudged the tempo without touching the device. Back at camp, I listened through headphones as the light thinned under the canopy. The first file was unremarkable until the 6th minute. The waveform showed a series of peaks I hadn't noticed in the field. I rewound and played it again. Under the low insect noise and distant surf, there was a thin regular sound like a chair leg scraping a floor, repeating at intervals too precise to be random. I looked up at the trees around me. There were no structures nearby, no furniture, nothing that could make that sound. I tagged the segment and moved on. The second file carried something else, a faint high tone that rose and fell in a pattern that suggested speech but without distinct words. It wasn't any animal I recognized. I adjusted the EQ and listened again. The tone sharpened and resolved into something that made me pause. The cadence matched my own speaking rhythm from the earlier calibration. but the content was wrong. The file contained a version of my voice saying things I had not said, in my tone, with my pacing, arranged in a sequence that sounded like a rehearsal of my notes. I told myself it was interference, an artifact of the device, a quirk of compression or a reflection from the cliff face that had folded my earlier words back on themselves. I checked the timestamps. The anomalous segments occurred before I had spoken those phrases at all. I slept lightly that night. Rain moved in after midnight, a steady fine mist that tapped against the tent in a uniform pattern. I woke once to the sense that the rain had stopped, without the silence changing. The tapping continued, but when I unzipped the flap and looked out, the air was still and dry. The sound went on for a few seconds more, and then ceased all at once like a switch. On the second day, I extended the line of markers deeper into the forest. The light diminished quickly under thicker canopy. Ferns grew shoulder high, and the ground dipped into shallow depressions that held cold standing water. I placed a fourth recorder at the edge of a depression and left it running while I walked a loop back toward camp, counting off distances and noting landmarks. Halfway back, I heard my own voice behind me, close and clear, describing the placement of the recorder in the depression. It was the same phrasing I had used minutes earlier, but the emphasis was slightly off, as if the sentence had been learned rather than formed. I stopped. The forest held still. The voice continued for another line, my voice speaking into space, and then ended abruptly. I returned to the depression. The recorder's red light blinked steadily. I checked the file later. It contained the voice I had heard, but layered beneath it was a second track, offset by a fraction of a second, repeating the same words with a slight lag. The two tracks drifted in and out of alignment, creating a pulsing effect that made the words blur. By the third day, I had enough data to confirm that the anomaly was spatially localized and consistent. The recordings captured sounds that were not present to the ear, and sometimes they captured my own voice producing content I had not spoken. The simplest explanation was a feedback loop of some kind, but the direction of the loop didn't make sense. Effects were appearing before causes. I decided to push farther inland, beyond the last marker, to see if the phenomena intensified or dissipated. I packed light, one recorder, spare batteries, GPS, and a small camera. The forest grew denser, the ground more uneven. The air felt thicker as if humidity had increased without any visible source. I noted the change and kept moving. Around midday, I came across a clearing that shouldn't have been there. It was not large, but it was precise, an open rectangle with edges too straight for a natural gap. The ground inside was bare, compacted and dry. In the center stood a structure. At first I thought it was a survey hut, or an old ranger shelter. It was roughly the size of a small cabin, with walls that appeared to be made of wood panels. The proportions were familiar in a way that took me a moment to place. The door faced me, slightly ajar. A window to the left reflected the forest behind me, with a clarity that felt out of place in that dim light. I approached slowly, recorder in hand. The device hummed softly, the input levels jumping as if it were picking up a strong signal. I stopped a few feet from the door and looked at the frame. The grain of the wood was wrong. It was too uniform, too consistent, like a printed pattern rather than a natural one. The handle was a simple metal loop, cool to the touch. I pushed the door open. The interior matched my apartment. Not exactly, but closely enough that my body reacted before my mind did. The layout was the same. A narrow entry, a table to the right, a couch beyond it, a shelf against the far wall. The colors were slightly off, the proportions a little skewed, but the arrangement was unmistakable. On the table sat a recorder identical to mine, its red light blinking. On the shelf was a stack of notebooks, their spines labeled in my handwriting. I stepped inside. The air was warmer, drier. The smell was faintly chemical, like new paint. I moved to the table and looked at the recorder. It was running. I picked it up and pressed stop. The file saved with a timestamp that matched the current minute. I played it back. My voice filled the small space, describing the clearing, the structure, the interior. It was what I was thinking, not what I had said. The words were arranged cleanly, without hesitation. as if transcribed from a script I hadn't written. I set the recorder down. The room seemed to lean slightly as if the angles were not quite square. I moved to the shelf and pulled a notebook free. The cover was identical to mine, down to a small crease in the corner I had made weeks earlier. Inside, the pages were filled with my notes from this trip marker placements, timestamps, observations, but the entries extended beyond the present. There were pages describing events I had not yet experienced, written in the same hand with the same pressure and slant. I flipped to the last page. The final entry described me leaving the structure, returning to camp, packing my equipment, and hiking out before dusk. The tone was flat, factual. The last line read that I would not review the recordings until I was off-site. I closed the notebook and set it back. The recorder on the table clicked softly. The red light went dark, then came on again. I had not touched it. I left the structure without taking anything. The clearing felt colder when I stepped out, the forest pressing in at the edges. I marked the location on my GPS and walked back toward camp with a steady pace, keeping my eyes on the ground to avoid missteps. That night, I did not listen to the recordings. I wrote down what I had seen in my own notebook using short, concrete sentences. The act of writing felt like anchoring, like fixing the sequence of events in a form that could not be altered by whatever process was affecting the audio. I kept the recorder off. Sleep came in fragments. I woke several times to sounds around the tent, footsteps on damp ground, the rustle of fabric, the faint scrape of something against a hard surface. Each time I listened carefully, the sounds arranged themselves into patterns that resembled my own routines. The way I set down my equipment, the way I shifted in my chair, the cadence of my breath when I read. On the fourth day, I began to dismantle the markers. I worked from the farthest point back toward the trailhead, collecting tape and checking coordinates. At each former marker, I recorded a short segment of ambient sound, keeping the device close and my notes brief. At the depression, I paused. The water had receded, leaving a ring of dark mud. I set the recorder on a branch and pressed record. The level bars jumped immediately. I did not speak. The playback contained a clear sequence of sounds. My footsteps approaching, the click of the recorder, my voice describing the site. Then, layered beneath it, another track began. My voice again, but quieter, speaking the same words a fraction of a second earlier. The two tracks overlapped and diverged, creating a ripple that made the words difficult to separate. I stopped the playback and turned the device off. As I moved closer to the trailhead, the forest seemed to loosen. The canopy opened slightly. The light increased, and the air felt more like the coast I had expected. The distant sound of the ocean returned in a steady, continuous line. At the last marker, I removed the tape and took a final recording. The file was clean. No anomalies, no extra tracks, no distortions. I stood for a moment, listening to the ordinary sounds of the forest, and felt a brief, sharp sense of relief. Back at camp, I packed my equipment with deliberate care. I labeled the drives, sealed them in their cases, and secured everything in my pack. I did not review any of the files. I broke down the tent and erased any sign of my presence as best I could. I left the site in the early afternoon. Following the trail out toward the road, the forest thinned gradually, the ground firmed, and the light shifted to a clearer, brighter tone. When I reached the trailhead, I turned once to look back. There was no visible clearing from that angle, no sign of a structure. The trees stood in their usual density, the undergrowth unbroken. I drove away without stopping. I did not listen to the recordings until I was several hours from the site, parked in a rest area with a clear sky overhead and a steady stream of traffic in the distance. I set the recorder on the passenger seat and played the first file. It began with my baseline description, as expected. The levels were normal, the ambient noise consistent. At the 6th minute, the waveform spiked. I listened. Under the insects and the distant surf, there was a thin, regular sound like a chair leg scraping a floor. It repeated at precise intervals. I noted the pattern and moved on. The second file contained the high tone that resolved into my own cadence. I adjusted the EQ. The tone sharpened into words, It was not a rehearsal of my notes. It was a description of my apartment, detailed and specific, including objects I had not brought with me to the field. The voice moved through the rooms in a sequence that matched my usual evening routine. It described the placement of my recorder on the table, the angle of the chair, the position of a notebook on the shelf. I stopped the playback. I sat in the car and looked at the recorder for a long time. The red light was off. The device was still. I did not play the rest of the files. When I returned home, I found the apartment as I had left it. The table was in place, the chair angled slightly toward the window, the shelf holding my notebooks in a neat stack. The air smelled faintly of cleaning solution. I walked through each room, noting the positions of objects, checking for anything out of place. On the table, beside the recorder, there was a second device. It was identical to mine, down to a small scratch on the casing I recognized from the field. The red light was blinking. I did not touch it. I stood in the doorway and listened. The apartment was quiet, the city noise distant and muted. The recorder's light blinked in a steady rhythm. I stepped back into the hall and closed the door. I locked it and left the building without going back inside. I have not reviewed the remaining recordings. I have not returned to the site. I have not replaced the recorder I left on the table. At night, in places where the sound carries cleanly, I sometimes hear a faint pattern beneath the ordinary noise, a thin, regular scrape that repeats at precise intervals. It is not loud, it is not constant. It is enough to make me stop and listen, to fix the position of objects around me, to note the angle of a chair or the placement of a device. I write down what I observe in short, concrete sentences. I keep my notes with me. I do not record my voice anymore. I do not speak my observations out loud. I have learned that whatever is in that forest does not need proximity to continue its work. It learns from the smallest samples. It arranges what it learns into something that resembles a life. It places that arrangement where you will recognize it, and it waits for you to confirm it by stepping inside. The last time I heard the pattern clearly, it aligned with the sound of my own footsteps as I moved through a quiet hallway, each step matched by a softer, earlier version of itself, as if the echo had decided to lead instead of follow. I stopped walking and stood still until the second set of steps faded, leaving only the ordinary sound of the building settling around me. I did not look back. I am writing this now at a table that I have moved away from the wall, in a room arranged differently from any I have lived in before. The recorder I kept is powered down and sealed in a case. I have not opened it in weeks. There are moments when the air seems to shift without moving, when a pressure passes through the room that does not disturb the objects within it. In those moments, I keep my hands still and my breath steady. I do not provide any new patterns. I end each entry the same way, with a simple description of where I am and what I can see, anchoring the present to something that can be checked later. I keep the language plain. I keep the sequence clear. I do not leave recordings behind. I do not enter spaces that resemble my own. I do not answer when I hear my voice used ahead of me, arranged into sentences I have not yet formed. I stop, I listen, and I choose a different direction, even if it leads me into unfamiliar ground. Even if it means abandoning work I have not finished. The last line of the notebook I found in the forest described me leaving before dusk and not reviewing the recordings until I was off-site. It did not describe what would follow or how far the effect would reach. It did not need to. The pattern is simple. It takes what is yours, refines it, and places it where you will trust it. It waits for you to complete the loop. I am careful not to complete anything that feels already finished. I am careful with my routines, with my arrangements, with the small repeated actions that make a space feel like mine. I am careful with my voice. I am careful with silence. And I am writing this as a record of observation, nothing more, in the same format I have used since the first day in that forest, with the same emphasis on concrete detail and sequence. I am aware that writing itself is a form of recording. I am aware that patterns can be learned from text as well as sound. I am aware that the act of describing a space can be enough to construct it elsewhere. I will stop here, before I begin to describe the room in too much detail. before the arrangement becomes something that can be replicated without me being present. I will close this entry and keep it with me. Not on a shelf, not on a table, not in any place that can be easily mirrored. I will not read it out loud. I will not play it back. I will not give it a voice that can be taken and placed ahead of me. I will leave the last line as a simple image, fixed and quiet with no movement to carry forward. A closed case on the floor, its latch secured, its surface unmarked, sitting where I can see it and not where it would expect to be. I took the job because the listing was still up after 3 weeks, which usually means one of two things. Nobody knows about it or nobody stays. The address led me out past the last set of streetlights to a low concrete building with a single canopy and a row of old fuel pumps that didn't look connected to anything. The sign out front read "Open 24 hours" in a tired blue glow, but the lot was empty and the road beyond it carried no traffic at that hour. My shift was 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. The manager handed me a ring of keys, a clipboard with laminated pages, and a look that said he'd already replaced someone. The rules were printed in a tight list, each one numbered, each one oddly specific. Don't use the back room between 3:30 and 4 a.m. If a customer asks for cigarettes by brand name, check the date on the pack twice before handing it over. If the radio cuts out, don't turn it back on. If a man in a gray coat asks for directions, give him the same directions every time. If a woman with a red scarf leaves a bag on the counter, do not open it. If the clock behind the register stops, do not look at it again until it starts. There were more, a lot more. They didn't read like safety procedures. They read like someone trying to keep a machine from jamming. I signed anyway. I needed the money, and I've never been the kind of person to spook easily. The first few nights were quiet in the way places get quiet when they're too far from anything. The hum of the cooler, the buzz of the fluorescent lights, the occasional rattle of wind against the metal siding. Trucks passed on the highway half a mile away. Their sound softened by distance until it was more like weather than traffic. Customers came in twos and ones. A man with a gray coat showed up around 12:40 every night. He never looked at the shelves. He went straight to the counter, asked for directions to a town I'd never heard of, and waited. I followed the script on the clipboard, word for word. He nodded like I'd said something useful and left. A woman with a red scarf came in closer to 2 fine. She bought a bottle of water and set a paper bag on the counter while she counted out change. The first night I thought she'd forgotten it. The second night I thought it was a coincidence. The third night I didn't touch it. I slid it back across the counter toward her, and she took it without a word. It was strange, but it was manageable. I kept the rules in front of me, and nothing happened that couldn't be explained as routine repetition. People are creatures of habit. Late night people even more so. The first real problem came on my 5th shift. At 3:30 a.m., I remember the time because I had just checked the receipt printer and written the numbers down on the log sheet. 3:28. I leaned against the counter and watched the minute hand crawl. At 3:30, the radio cut out mid-song. Not a fade, not a click. It just stopped, like someone had pulled a plug I couldn't see. I didn't touch it. The hum of the cooler seemed louder without the music. The lights flickered once, then steadied. Outside, the canopy light buzzed and dimmed, then returned to its normal weak glow. At 3:33, the front door opened. A man walked in wearing a gray coat. I felt the first ripple of something I couldn't name. He shouldn't have been there again. He'd already come through earlier, at his usual time. I had a clear memory of giving him directions, of watching him leave. He approached the counter the same way he had before, with the same steady pace, the same neutral expression. When he spoke, it was exactly the same request, same words, same tone. I gave him the directions from the clipboard, careful to match them exactly. He nodded, just like before, and left. I stood there for a while after he was gone, listening to the building settle. I checked the log sheet again. There was only one entry for him, written in my own handwriting. At 3:36, the door opened again. This time it was the woman with the red scarf. She bought a bottle of water. She set the bag on the counter. She counted out change. I didn't say anything. I just watched her hands. The way she moved, it was identical to before. Not similar, identical. When she left, she took the bag with her. I looked at the clock behind the register. The second hand had stopped. It hung between ticks, caught in a place that didn't belong to any number. I remembered the rule and forced my eyes away. At 3:38, the lights dimmed. It wasn't a flicker this time. It was a slow lowering, like someone was turning a dial somewhere deep in the walls. The edges of the room softened. The aisles looked longer than they should have, the far end of the store slipping just out of clear view. The door opened again, and another customer, a man I hadn't seen before. He walked in, paused just inside the entrance, and looked around like he was trying to remember something. His eyes landed on me, and for a moment I had the distinct feeling he was about to say something important. Instead, he turned and walked out. The bell above the door didn't ring. At 3:41, the receipt printer started spitting out paper. I hadn't touched it. There was no transaction. The paper fed through in a steady stream, printing line after line of text. I grabbed it before it could pile up on the floor. The timestamps were wrong. They were all the same, 3:35 a.m., repeated over and over. The items listed weren't from my shift. Some of them weren't even things we sold anymore. Old brands, discontinued products. At the bottom of each receipt, there was a name, not a customer name, an employee name. The first few were unfamiliar. Then I saw one that matched the name on the clipboard above mine, the person I'd replaced. I felt the room tilt, just slightly, like the floor had shifted under the tiles. At 3:44, the door opened again, the gray coat. He walked to the counter. I followed the script. My voice sounded thinner than it should have, but the words came out in the right order. He nodded and left. At 3:46, the red scarf, water, bag, change. At 3:47, the clock behind the register ticked once, just once. Then it stopped again. The second hand was back where it had been before, caught between numbers. I realized then that I had already seen this, not just similar events, the exact same sequence, the same people in the same order doing the same things. The rules weren't about handling unusual customers. They were about surviving a loop. At 3:48, I broke one. I looked at the clock. It felt like stepping into cold water. My vision narrowed, the edges of the room pulling inward. The second hand wasn't just stuck, it was vibrating, moving in place too fast to track, like it was trying to advance and being held back. For a moment, I saw something behind the reflection on the glass. Not a figure, not a face, just depth. Like the clock wasn't mounted on the wall but set into it, opening into something that didn't belong in a convenience store. I blinked, and it was gone. At 3:49, the receipt printer stopped. The last line it printed was a name I recognized. Mine. I didn't remember ringing anything up. I didn't remember entering my name into the system. But there it was, printed clean and clear at the bottom of the receipt. I folded the paper and put it in my pocket without thinking. At 3:50, the door opened again. The man who had paused inside earlier returned. He stepped in, looked around, and this time he walked straight to the counter. He didn't speak. He just looked at me, then at the clipboard, then back at me. I didn't know which rule applied to him. There wasn't one that matched. He raised a hand and tapped the counter twice, slow and deliberate. Then he turned and left. The bell didn't ring. At 3:52, the lights dimmed further. The aisle stretched again. The back of the store seemed to drift away, the shelves bending slightly as if they were being viewed through heat. The hum of the cooler dropped in pitch, slowing down. I realized I hadn't seen the manager's office door since the start of the shift. It was there, but it looked wrong. The handle was on the opposite side from where I remembered it. I thought about the first rule. Don't use the back room between 3:30 and 4 a.m. I stayed where I was. At 3:54, the gray coat, same request, same directions, same nod. At 3:55, the red scarf, water, bag, change. This time she left the bag. It sat on the counter after she walked out. I stared at it. The paper was thin, slightly translucent. Something inside shifted, just a little as if settling. The rule was clear. Do not open it. At 3:56, the clock ticked again. 1 second forward, the second hand landed on a number this time. At 3:57, the door opened. No one came in. The door stayed open for a moment, letting in a strip of cold air from the empty lot. Then it closed on its own. At 3:58, the receipt printer whirred once, like it was about to start again, then went silent. I could feel the loop tightening. The events were coming faster now, the gaps between them shrinking. The rules weren't just instructions, they were anchors, points of stability in something that was trying to reset. At 3:59, the clock ticked, another second forward. The second hand moved smoothly this time. No hesitation. At 4:07, the radio came back on mid-song, exactly where it had cut out. The lights brightened. The aisles snapped back into place. The hum of the cooler returned to its normal pitch. The door was closed. The lot outside was empty. The bag was still on the counter. I waited for a long time before touching it. When I finally did, I didn't open it. I slid it off the counter and placed it under the register. Out of sight, I finished the rest of the shift without incident. No more repeats, no more loops, just the quiet, steady hours before dawn. When the manager came in at 7, I told him I'd found something left behind. He looked at the bag, then at me. He didn't ask what was inside. He didn't ask why I hadn't opened it. He just nodded once and told me to leave it where it was. I didn't go back that night, or the next, but I kept the receipt. I don't remember taking it out of my pocket when I got home, but it was there on the kitchen table when I woke up, laid flat like I'd set it there carefully. The timestamp read 3:35 a.m. The name at the bottom was mine. Under it, in smaller print, there was a line I hadn't noticed before. Next shift 03:30. I checked the schedule I'd been given. My next shift wasn't until the following week. I folded the receipt and put it in a drawer. That night at 3:30 a.m. I woke up without knowing why. The room was dark. The air felt heavier than it should have, like it was waiting. For a moment, I heard the hum of a cooler, the buzz of fluorescent lights. Then it was gone. I haven't gone back to the station. I still have the keys. Every few nights around 3:30, I wake up to that same feeling, like something is trying to pick up where it left off. The rules are still in my head, clear and intact. I catch myself repeating them under my breath sometimes, matching the wording exactly, like it matters. I don't know what happens if I miss a shift that was never on my schedule. I don't know how many names were on those receipts before mine. I only know that the clock moved forward once I looked at it and that something in that place noticed. The bag is still under the register. I can see it when I close my eyes, sitting exactly where I left it, waiting for a moment that hasn't finished yet. The road disappeared under the snow before I realized I'd crossed into it. One moment, I had 2 faint tire tracks to follow. The next, there was only white, wind-driven and shifting, the edges of the world erased. My headlights hit a wall of flakes so dense it looked solid, like I was driving into a sheet. The engine strained in second gear, tires slipping, catching, slipping again. I remember leaning forward over the wheel, as if my weight could push the car through the storm. I wasn't supposed to be up there that late. The pass had warning signs miles back. Seasonal closure, avalanche risk. But the detour would have added hours I didn't have. I'd already burned most of a tank crawling through lower roads. I told myself I could make it across before the worst of the weather hit. That was the last decision I made that felt like my own. The temperature gauge dipped. The wind howled across the frame in long, low bursts that made the whole car shudder. I couldn't see the drop-offs, but I knew they were there, somewhere just beyond the blur. The GPS had lost signal 20 minutes earlier. The radio was static. My phone showed no bars, just a faint reflection of my own face. Pale, tight, focused on not stopping. Stopping meant freezing. I tried to keep a steady speed, but the incline steepened. The tires spun harder. the engine whining. I feathered the accelerator, eased it, pressed again. The car fishtailed once, corrected, then lurched forward a few more yards before losing traction entirely. When it stopped completely. I sat there for a second, listening to the engine idle, waiting for something to change. It didn't. I tried reverse. The tires spun uselessly, kicking up powder that the wind immediately reclaimed. I tried drive again, rocking it gently. Nothing. The snow was already building around the doors. I shut the engine off to conserve fuel, and the silence hit like pressure. Without the motor, the storm was louder. It pressed against the glass, a constant hiss layered with those deep, distant groans of shifting ice and wind over rock. I checked the back seat. 2 bags, some water, a blanket, thin enough to fold into nothing. Not enough to wait out a night like that. I stepped out. The cold bit instantly, sharp and invasive. The wind shoved at me, forcing me to lean into it just to stand upright. Snow came up past my ankles, soft at the top but dense underneath. Each step took effort. I turned in a slow circle, trying to get my bearings. The road behind me was gone. Ahead, nothing but the same white blur. No lights, no markers, no sense of direction beyond the slope beneath my boots. Then I saw it. At first it was just a darker shape in the storm, something that interrupted the uniform white. I blinked, wiped my eyes, and it resolved into a line straight, unnatural against the shifting snow. A fence. I don't know how I hadn't seen it from the car. It ran perpendicular to the road, half buried but solid, wooden posts connected by wire that hummed faintly in the wind. Beyond it, the storm seemed thinner somehow, the flakes less dense. I climbed over, boots slipping on the top rail, and dropped into snow that felt packed, almost maintained. The difference was immediate. The wind still howled, but it didn't hit as hard. The air felt contained. I followed the fence line, after maybe 100 yards. Hard to tell in that visibility. I saw the first light, dim, yellow, steady. Then another and another, spaced unevenly, like windows in a row of structures set back from the path. A town. It didn't make sense. There was nothing marked on any map I'd checked. Nothing on the GPS before it cut out. But there it was. Low buildings, roofs heavy with snow, lights glowing warm against the storm. I stumbled toward the nearest one. The door opened before I reached it. A man stood there, bundled in layers of dark fabric, his face lined and weathered in a way that didn't match the stillness of his posture. He looked at me like he'd been expecting me, like I was late. He didn't ask questions. He stepped aside, gestured me in with a single motion. Inside, the air was warm enough to sting my skin. The room was simple. Wooden walls, a stove in the corner, a table with 2 chairs. The smell was dry, faintly metallic like heated iron. He took my coat, set it near the stove, and handed me a cup of something hot. I drank without asking what it was. It tasted bitter, thick, but it spread warmth through my chest almost instantly. He spoke sparingly. Not conversation, just information, given in short, measured sentences. The storm would last through the night. The road was gone until morning, maybe longer. I could stay. I asked where I was. He said the name of the place, but it didn't register, didn't connect to anything I knew. When I tried to repeat it later, I couldn't get the shape of it right. Others came in, one by one as the night deepened. No one seemed surprised to see me. They nodded, acknowledged, then went about their business, tending the stove, bringing in more wood, setting out food. There was a pattern to their movements, subtle but precise. They worked in pairs without speaking, anticipating each other's actions. When they did speak, it was low, brief, and never overlapping. I noticed their hands first, not at a glance, but in motion. When one of them reached for a pot, the sleeve shifted, and I saw the fingers slightly elongated, the joints more pronounced than normal. Not deformed, exactly, just stretched. I told myself it was the light, the man who'd let me in. He stayed close, not hovering, but present, like a guide assigned to me. He showed me where I could sit, where I could rest. He pointed out a narrow hallway that led to other rooms. At some point, he indicated that there was a process, something I needed to do to remain there safely through the storm. He didn't call it a rule, more like a condition. I was cold, exhausted, and the warmth of the room had started to make my thoughts slow and heavy. I didn't argue, I followed him. He led me outside again, around the back of the building. The storm was still there, but muted, as if the structures formed a barrier that softened its force. The snow underfoot was packed into a path that curved toward a cluster of larger buildings at the edge of the settlement. There were others walking the same path. They moved with purpose, heads down, steps measured. No one spoke. The only sound was the crunch of snow and the distant, constant wind beyond the perimeter. We entered a long, low structure that felt colder than the others. Not freezing, just absent of warmth. Inside, the air was still, heavy. At the far end of the room stood a group of older figures. The elders, though no one used that word. They were positioned behind a wide table, their posture upright, their expressions unreadable. One of them gestured for me to step forward. I did. Up close, I could see that the differences I'd noticed in the others were more pronounced in them. Their hands, their faces, subtle distortions that suggested time had shaped them differently. Or something else had. The man beside me placed my hand on the table. The surface was cold, almost painfully so. Smooth like polished stone. One of the elders leaned forward. They didn't touch me, but I felt something like pressure. A weight focused on my hand, on my skin. There were no words. Not that I could hear, but the intention was clear in the way everyone else stood still, in the way the room seemed to narrow around that single point of contact. Stay and pay. The sensation started as numbness, not the sharp biting numbness of cold, but a deep spreading absence of feeling that began in my fingertips and moved inward. I watched my own hand as it changed, not dramatically, not all at once. The skin seemed to tighten, the knuckles becoming more defined, the fingers subtly lengthening. I tried to pull back. The man beside me held my wrist. Not forcefully, but firmly enough that I couldn't break contact without a struggle I didn't have the strength for. The pressure increased. It wasn't pain, that was the strangest part. It was adjustment, like my body was being persuaded into a new shape rather than forced. The bone shifted with a muted internal sensation, like joints settling after being out of place. I focused on breathing, on staying upright. It didn't last long. Maybe a minute. Maybe less. When it was over, the pressure lifted. I pulled my hand back. It looked like mine, at first glance. But when I flexed my fingers, the movement was different. Smoother in some ways, stiffer in others. The proportions were just off enough that I couldn't ignore it. The man nodded. Once. That was it. We left the building and returned to the warmth of the main room. No one commented. No one acknowledged what had happened. They went on with their routines. The same quiet coordination, the same measured movements. I sat by the stove, staring at my hand. The heat didn't feel the same against my skin. It registered but dulled, like there was a layer between me and the sensation. I told myself it was temporary. Shock, circulation, something explainable. I slept in a narrow bed in a side room, wrapped in thick blankets that smelled faintly of smoke and metal. My dreams were shallow, fragmented. I woke several times to the sound of the wind, each time expecting to find the room empty, the warmth gone. It never was. Morning came as a gradual lightening of the windows. The storm still present but less violent. The man was there when I stepped back into the main room, already dressed for the cold. He gestured toward the door. The path outside was clearer. The fence line was visible again, the posts emerging from the snow like markers. Beyond it, the road had reappeared, still buried in places, but traceable. I gathered my things. My coat was dry, warmer than it should have been. I stepped outside, the cold hitting me again, but less sharply than before. At the fence, I turned back. The buildings were still there. The lights were dimmer in the morning, but visible. The figures moved between them, their routines unchanged. The man stood at the edge of the path, watching. He didn't wave, he didn't speak. He just stood there until I climbed over the fence and dropped back onto the road. The walk to my car felt shorter than it had the night before. It was half buried but intact. I dug it out enough to get in, started the engine, and after a few attempts, managed to get it moving again. The descent off the pass was slow but manageable. The storm faded as I lost elevation, the sky opening in patches, the world returning to something recognizable. By the time I reached the first marked town on the map, the road was clear. I stopped at a gas station more out of habit than necessity. Inside, the fluorescent lights were harsh, the air stale. I went to the restroom and washed my hands. That's when I saw it clearly. In the mirror, under steady light, there was no mistaking the change. The proportions were wrong, the joints too prominent, the fingers too long by a margin that couldn't be explained by swelling or cold. I flexed them under the water. The movement was precise, controlled, not painful, just different. The sensation of the water was muted like before, present, but distant. I dried my hands slowly, watching the way the towel moved over the altered shape, the way the fabric caught differently on the edges of my knuckles. No one else in the station looked at me twice. I paid for fuel, got back on the road, and kept driving. In the days that followed, the change didn't reverse. If anything, it settled. My grip improved in ways that didn't make sense. I could hold objects with less effort, maintain control with a steadiness I didn't have before. Fine movements became easier, more exact, but the rest of it, the sensation, the way my hands felt like they belonged to someone else, never went away. Sometimes when the temperature drops, I feel that same deep spreading numbness in my fingers. It doesn't progress, doesn't change anything further. It just reminds me, I've tried to find the place again. Maps, satellite images, old records. There's no mention of a settlement where I found it. The pass is marked, the closures noted, the hazards documented, but nothing about a fence, nothing about lights in the storm. Once I drove back up there in clear weather, following the same route as closely as I could. The road was intact, the terrain matched, but there was no fence line, no path, no buildings, just open mountain, rock and snow and wind. I stood there for a while, looking out over the slope where I knew it had been, trying to reconcile what I was seeing with what I remembered. My hands were in my pockets, fingers flexing against the fabric, feeling that dull, distant pressure. The wind picked up, carrying fine snow across the surface, blurring the edges of the landscape. For a moment the light shifted and I thought I saw it again. A straight line cutting across the white just at the edge of visibility. I took a step toward it. The ground under my boot gave slightly, the snow deeper than it looked. I stopped, adjusted my footing, and when I looked up again, the line was gone. There was nothing there, just the mountain, just the road. I stood there until the cold started to seep through my coat, until the numbness in my hands felt too familiar, too close to that night. Then I turned back. I don't know what would happen if I found it again. I don't know if the cost is taken once, or if it accumulates with each stay, each use of that place's shelter. I only know that I made it off the mountain because of them, and that I didn't leave with everything I arrived with. Sometimes, late at night, when the air is still and the temperature drops just enough, I can feel a faint pressure in my hands, like something waiting just beneath the surface, patient and unfinished, and I can't shake the sense that the next time the road disappears under snow, it won't be an accident if I cross that fence again. I remember the way the lake held the last of the light, flat and dull like a sheet of metal, as I carried a crate of groceries up the narrow path to the cabin. The trees closed in tight on both sides, branches scratching at my sleeves, the air cooling faster than it should have. It felt farther than it was, that walk from the car to the porch, like the woods were stretching the distance just enough to make me notice it. The cabin had always been my uncle's place, built before I was born, set back from the water where the ground rose just enough to stay dry during spring melt. It wasn't fancy, just solid. Thick beams, low ceilings, a wraparound porch that creaked in familiar ways. I'd been there as a kid, running between the dock and the fire pit, never thinking about how isolated it really was. That evening, it felt different. Maybe it was the way the sky dimmed too quickly, or how quiet the woods seemed, like something had pressed down on the sound of insects and birds. Or maybe it was just me noticing things I hadn't bothered to notice before. Inside, the others were already settled. My uncle moved slowly between the kitchen and the table, setting things out with the same careful routine he always had. My cousin Mark leaned against the counter, scrolling on his phone, barely looking up. His sister Elena sat near the window, watching the lake instead of the room. It was supposed to be simple, a family dinner, a chance to reconnect after too much time apart. I set the crate down and started unpacking. The normal rhythm of it helped. Cans lined up, bread on the counter, a bottle of wine placed carefully near the sink. Ordinary actions, ordinary people, that's what I kept telling myself. Mark barely spoke at first. When he did, it was short, distracted, not rude, just distant. I'd always known him as easygoing, the kind of person who filled silence without trying. That night, he seemed to shrink away from everything, like he didn't quite belong in the room. I noticed it, but I didn't press. That was my mistake. I've always trusted that people will say what they need to say when they're ready. It's a trait I've carried my whole life, and most of the time it served me well. That night, it didn't. Dinner came together slowly. The smell of food filled the cabin, cutting through the damp wood scent that clung to the walls. We sat down as the last light drained from the windows, the lake disappearing into darkness beyond the glass. At first, it felt normal. Plates passed, quiet conversation. My uncle talked about repairs he'd been putting off. Elena asked about work, about things back in the city. Mark ate without much comment, his head down, movements mechanical. I remember thinking he looked tired, not just worn out, but something deeper, like he hadn't slept in days. It shifted without warning. There wasn't a build-up, no clear moment where things started to go wrong. One second we were eating, the next Mark's chair scraped hard against the floor as he stood up too quickly. The sound cut through everything. He said something then, but not clearly. His voice was tight, like it was being forced out. I couldn't catch all of it, just fragments, accusations that didn't make sense, words that didn't connect. My uncle tried to calm him, slow, steady, the same tone he used when things got tense, like he could smooth it over with patience alone. Mark didn't respond to that. Not really. He moved toward the counter, fast enough that it felt sudden, but not fast enough to seem like a sprint. It was controlled, deliberate. That's what stuck with me later. It wasn't chaos, it was intention. The knife block sat near the sink. I remember noticing it before he reached for it, like some part of me understood what was about to happen, but couldn't make my body react in time. When he pulled the knife free, the room seemed to narrow. Everything else fell away. The table, the food, the walls. It was just him, standing there with something that didn't belong in his hand. No one moved at first. That was the second mistake. My uncle stepped forward, still trying to talk him down, still believing this was something that could be reasoned with. Mark's arm moved in a way that didn't match the situation. Too sharp, too final. I won't describe it in detail. I don't need to. The outcome was immediate enough that there was no confusion about what had happened. Elena screamed. The sound broke whatever paralysis had held me in place. I stood up so fast my chair tipped backward, hitting the floor with a crack that echoed through the cabin. My mind struggled to catch up with my body, trying to turn what I was seeing into something that made sense. It didn't. Mark turned toward us then, the knife still in his hand, his expression not wild or out of control like I would have expected. It was focused, fixed on something none of us could see. That was the moment I understood this wasn't going to stop on its own. Elena was closest to the door, but she froze, her back pressed against the wall, eyes locked on him. I moved without thinking, grabbing her arm and pulling her toward the hallway. Mark followed, not rushing, not shouting, just moving after us with that same steady pace. The hallway felt too narrow, the walls closing in as we stumbled toward the back of the cabin. I knew the layout well enough to understand our options, and none of them were good. There was a back door, but it stuck in humid weather. It had always stuck. I'd joked about it earlier, about how my uncle should fix it. Now it mattered. We reached it in seconds. That felt stretched thin. I shoved at the handle, the wood resisting like it always did. For a second, it didn't move at all. Behind us. Footsteps. Not fast, not slow, just steady. I threw my weight against the door, shoulder slamming into it. The frame gave a little, then more. Then finally it swung open with a sharp crack as it broke free of whatever had held it. Cold air rushed in. We didn't stop to look back. We ran. The ground behind the cabin dropped off unevenly toward the woods, a slope covered in loose dirt and roots. It wasn't a path, just a stretch of terrain I'd crossed before in daylight. Never at speed, never in the dark. I nearly lost my footing on the first step, sliding down the incline, grabbing at branches to stay upright. Elena stumbled beside me, her hand locked onto mine so tightly it hurt. We didn't speak. There was no time for it. The woods swallowed us almost immediately. The cabin lights disappeared behind the trees, replaced by darkness, broken only by thin strips of fading sky above. I could hear him behind us at first. Branches snapping, leaves shifting underfoot. Not far. That's what drove me forward. Not knowing exactly where he was, but knowing he was still there, still moving in the same direction. The terrain made it worse. Roots caught at our feet. Rocks turned under our weight. Every step had to be felt out, guessed at, trusted, without seeing clearly. I focused on one thing: distance. There was a road beyond the trees, not close, but reachable. A narrow stretch of gravel that connected to the main highway miles away. If we could reach it, we could get help. That was the only plan that made sense. The woods seemed to stretch like they had on the walk-up, only now it wasn't subtle. It felt like we were running through the same space over and over, the same shapes of trees, the same uneven ground. I forced myself to keep moving in a straight line, using the slope of the land as a guide. Downhill meant away from the cabin. Away meant closer to the road. At some point, the sounds behind us faded. I didn't trust it. We kept going, pushing through branches that scraped at our arms and faces, stepping over fallen logs, slipping and catching ourselves again and again. My lungs burned, my legs shook, but stopping didn't feel like an option. Time lost meaning out there. It stretched and compressed in ways I couldn't track. Eventually, the ground leveled out. That's when I knew we were close. The trees thinned just enough to let more of the sky through, and the smell of damp earth shifted to something drier, dustier, gravel. We broke through the last line of trees and onto the road, stumbling forward into open space that felt too exposed after the cover of the woods. I turned then, finally looking back. Nothing moved at the edge of the trees. No shape, no sound, just darkness. For a moment, I thought we might have lost him. I didn't let myself believe it. We started down the road, not knowing which direction was shorter, just choosing one and committing to it. The gravel crunched under our feet, loud in the silence. After a while, lights appeared in the distance. Headlights. I stepped into the road, waving my arms, forcing the car to slow, then stop. The driver's face shifted from confusion to alarm as he took in our condition. Mud on our clothes, scratches on our skin, the look we must have had in our eyes. I tried to explain, but the words came out broken, out of order. Enough got through. He let us in. The rest blurred into fragments. A call made from his phone. The sound of sirens growing closer. Questions I couldn't fully answer. Time jumping forward in uneven pieces. The police went back to the cabin that night. They found what we left behind. They searched the woods. They didn't find Mark right away. It took until morning, when the light made everything clear again. He wasn't far from the cabin. Not as far as I'd thought he'd followed us. I don't know when he turned back. I don't know why. They told us he was taken into custody without resistance, that he didn't try to run, that he didn't say much. I haven't seen him since. I still think about that evening, about how normal it felt right up until it didn't. How quickly something safe turned into something else entirely. There wasn't a warning I could point to, not one that would have made me act differently in time, just small things I noticed and dismissed. Now when I think of that cabin, I don't picture the lake or the porch or the way the trees looked in daylight. I see the back door, half broken on its hinges, and the line of woods beyond it, and I remember how it felt to run into the dark, trusting that distance alone would be enough to keep us alive. I arrived in the valley just after sunrise, following a narrow road that cut between terraced slag heaps and low square buildings, painted the same tired gray as the sky. The assignment was supposed to be routine, 3 weeks covering a staffing shortage at a small occupational health clinic attached to a mineral processing plant. I remember stepping out of my car and noticing how quiet everything was for a place built around industry. No trucks idling, no voices, just a thin metallic hum carried on the cold air. I had taken temporary placements before, but nothing this remote. The contract paperwork had been sparse, routed through a state program that placed healthcare professionals in underserved industrial regions. It mentioned respiratory screenings, minor injuries, and periodic health checks for workers exposed to particulate matter. Nothing unusual, nothing that explained the locked gate at the entrance to the clinic, or the camera mounted above it, angled not toward the road but toward the parking area. A man in a high-visibility jacket opened the gate after watching me through the camera for longer than felt necessary. He didn't introduce himself, just checked my ID against a clipboard and waved me through. His eyes lingered on my hands, as if confirming something. I assumed it was a safety habit, making sure I wasn't bringing anything hazardous inside. The clinic interior was cleaner than I expected, almost sterile in a way that didn't match the dust outside. The walls were bare except for a few laminated safety posters. No local photos, no personal touches. The staff was minimal. A nurse named Elaine and an administrator who barely spoke. Elaine gave me a quick walkthrough, her tone efficient, almost rehearsed. I noticed it during my first patient. He was a middle-aged man, hands rough from manual labor, complaining of fatigue and intermittent dizziness. When he rolled up his sleeve for a blood pressure check, I saw the marking on the inside of his forearm. It wasn't a tattoo, at least not any kind I recognized. It looked more like a scar, but too precise. A set of parallel lines intersected by a curved arc, faintly raised as if it had been pressed into the skin rather than cut. I didn't comment immediately. People in isolated communities often shared cultural markings or occupational identifiers, but when I asked about prior injuries, he hesitated before answering, his eyes flicking toward the door. "Old thing," he said, dismissive. "Doesn't matter." I let it go, but I documented it. It didn't match any known occupational hazard pattern I'd seen. By midday, I had seen 6 patients. 4 of them had similar markings. Not identical, but variations on the same structured pattern, always on the forearm, always subtle, as if meant to be overlooked unless you were paying attention. Elaine noticed me noticing. "They're nothing," she said quietly while we restocked supplies. "You'll see them a lot here. What causes them?" She didn't answer right away. Instead, she aligned a row of sealed instrument packets with unnecessary precision. "Environmental," she said finally. "Something in the air, maybe. The company's aware." It didn't sound like a medical explanation. It sounded like something repeated enough times to become acceptable. That afternoon, I stepped outside during a break and saw more of the valley. The plant dominated the center, a series of conveyors and processing towers surrounded by storage silos. The residential area sat further uphill, arranged in neat rows. Every building looked the same. Every window reflected the same flat light, and everywhere there were cameras. Not hidden, not subtle. Mounted on corners, on poles, on the clinic roof. Their presence wasn't covert surveillance. It was normalized like streetlights. I began to feel it then, not fear exactly, but a steady pressure, like being observed from too many angles at once. On my second day, I started asking more direct questions. I kept it clinical. Any history of dermatological conditions, exposure to specific chemicals, participation in workplace safety programs. Most patients deflected. Some answered vaguely. A few became visibly uncomfortable, their posture tightening, their responses shortening. One older woman gave me more than the others. She had the marking, more pronounced than the rest, the lines darker and more defined. It happens after a while, she said, not meeting my eyes. You settle in, and then it shows up. After what kind of exposure, I asked. She shook her head slightly. Not exposure. Staying. That word lingered with me. Later that day, I accessed the clinic's digital records, or tried to. The system required credentials beyond what had been provided in my onboarding packet. Basic patient files were accessible, but anything related to long-term monitoring or occupational health trends was restricted. The administrator noticed me attempting access and stepped in without speaking, closing the window with a few quick keystrokes. Not needed for your assignment, he said. His tone wasn't hostile, it was final. That evening, I drove toward the residential area, intending to get a sense of the community outside the clinic. The road curved upward, offering a view of the valley below. From that vantage point, I could see the entire layout, the plant, the clinic, the housing, all arranged with geometric precision. Halfway up, I noticed something else. Every person walking along the road had their sleeves down. Despite the mild temperature, long sleeves, gloves, even among those doing light work. It wasn't just a habit, it was concealment. I didn't stop. Something about the uniformity of it made me keep driving until I reached the edge of the settlement. There, another gate blocked further access. This one didn't open. A sign indicated restricted entry beyond that point. No explanation. I turned around. By the third day, the pattern was undeniable. Every long-term resident had the marking. Newer workers, temporary contractors, and people like me did not. At least not yet. I started documenting more aggressively. Photographs, measurements, timelines. I kept everything on a personal device, rather than the clinic system. It felt necessary, though I couldn't fully articulate why. Elaine grew more distant as I pressed further. She still performed her duties, but conversations became shorter, more controlled. Once I caught her looking at my forearm while I adjusted my sleeve. The expression wasn't curiosity, it was assessment. That night, I noticed the first change. It was small, easy to dismiss. A faint indentation on the inside of my left forearm, just below the elbow. Not visible unless the light hit it at an angle. I ran my fingers over it, expecting to feel a scratch or irritation. The skin was smooth. I told myself it was pressure from leaning against a surface, or maybe an allergic reaction. Something explainable. I slept poorly. The next morning, the indentation was still there, slightly more defined. I went to the clinic early and checked it under proper lighting. The pattern wasn't random. It followed a line, a deliberate line. I didn't mention it to Elaine. Instead, I reviewed my notes. The older woman's words repeated in my mind. You settle in, and then it shows up. Settle in. I had been there 3 days. That afternoon, I was called into a meeting with 2 individuals I hadn't seen before. They introduced themselves as representatives of the local administration. Their presence felt official, but their titles were vague. They asked about my adjustment to the assignment, my workload, my observations. I answered carefully, keeping my tone neutral. When they asked specifically about patient markings, I described them in clinical terms, avoiding speculation. They listened without interruption. Then one of them said, "You'll find that some aspects of this community are integrated." It wasn't an answer, it was a boundary. After the meeting, I returned to my workspace and found my personal device missing. I checked my bag, my car, every place I might have left it. Gone. No one acknowledged it. That evening, I tried to leave the valley. I packed what I had, and drove toward the main road. The sky was still light, the air clearer than it had been all day. For a moment, it felt like the right decision, like I had waited just long enough to recognize something was wrong, but not long enough to be caught in it. The road curved as before, descending toward the entrance. The gate was closed. The same man in the high-visibility jacket stood beside it. He didn't approach my car, he just watched. I rolled down the window and explained that my assignment required me to return to the city for administrative reasons. It sounded thin even as I said it. He shook his head once. "Temporary assignments stay until completion," he said. "I can come back," I replied. "This is just—" He raised a hand slightly. Not aggressive, just enough to stop the sentence. "Not how it works." I looked past him at the road beyond the gate. Empty. Open. Then I noticed the camera above the gate, angled directly at my car. I didn't argue further. I turned around. That night, the marking on my arm deepened. The lines became visible without angled light. Still faint, but unmistakable. The skin felt normal. No pain, no irritation, just altered. I tried to scrub it off in the sink. It didn't change. By the 5th day, it matched the early stage markings I had seen on others. Elaine saw it. She didn't react immediately. Just a brief pause, her eyes settling on my forearm before returning to her work. "It starts subtle," she said after a moment. "For everyone." "What is it?" I asked. She exhaled slowly. "It's how the system knows you're part of it." "What system?" She didn't answer. Instead, she handed me a patient file and moved on. I stopped asking questions after that. Not because I didn't want answers, but because the pattern had shifted. The questions no longer felt like a path out. They felt like confirmation of something already in motion. Days blurred into a routine. Patience, documentation, silence. The marking continued to develop, each line becoming more defined, more consistent with those I had first observed. No pain, no clear cause, just progression. I began to notice other changes. Doors that had once required access now opened without resistance. Staff members who had been distant became marginally more open, their interactions less guarded, not friendly, but less closed, as if something about me had changed in a way they recognized. I tested the boundary again after a week. After a week, I drove to the gate without packing this time, without pretense, just to see. The gate opened before I stopped the car. No one stood beside it, no one watched openly. I could see the road beyond, stretching out of the valley, disappearing into the mountains. I didn't drive through. I sat there, engine idling, looking at the open path and the reflection of my own arm on the steering wheel. The marking was fully formed now, matching the others in shape and depth. Integrated, I turned the car around and drove back to the clinic. I'm still here. The assignment never formally ended, but no one references its duration anymore. New people arrive occasionally, the same way I did. Temporary, observant, unmarked. I recognize the way they look at the residents, the way they notice the patterns, the way they begin to ask questions. I don't answer them, not because I can't, but because I understand now that the answers don't change the outcome. This place doesn't force you to stay. It just makes leaving irrelevant. This morning, I checked my reflection in the clinic window before starting rounds. The marking on my arm caught the light, clear and deliberate. Behind me, the valley moved in its quiet, controlled rhythm. For the first time, I didn't feel like I was being watched. I felt like I was part of what was watching. I arrived at the settlement just after low tide, stepping off the narrow skiff onto a strip of packed sand that felt harder than it should have been, as if the shoreline had been walked thin by people who no longer lived there. The ruins sat beyond a line of warped posts and collapsed fencing, low stone structures with missing roofs and doorways that faced the sea like open mouths. I had come to document erosion patterns along the coast, a continuation of a project I had followed for years, mapping how small, abandoned communities disappear. Professional habit kept me focused. I marked coordinates, took initial photographs, and chose a spot for camp on a slightly raised patch of ground near the edge of the settlement. By dusk, I had a tent up, equipment laid out in careful order, and a routine set in place. My recorder, notebooks, measuring tools, and camera all had designated positions. I have always worked that way. It keeps things controlled, predictable. The first night passed without anything notable. The wind came in steady from the water, carrying a faint mineral smell and the sound of distant surf breaking against something submerged offshore. I slept lightly, waking once to check the tide line, then again before dawn to begin documenting. It was sometime late the following morning when I noticed the first discrepancy. My camera had been left on a flat stone beside my pack. I remember placing it there because the surface was level, and I had been testing stability for long exposures. When I reached for it, it was gone. Not misplaced, not partially obscured. Gone. I stood still for a moment, running through the previous evening step by step, then began a methodical search of the immediate area. I found it 30 feet away, resting upright against a broken section of wall. The placement was deliberate, too deliberate to be explained by wind or shifting ground. The camera wasn't damaged. It hadn't been dragged. It looked set there, angled slightly toward the shoreline as if positioned for a shot. I told myself I had carried it there and simply forgotten. That explanation held for a few minutes. Then I checked the memory card. The last photo taken was from the previous evening. From the original position near my pack, I returned the camera to where it belonged and made a note in my log. Equipment displacement, unknown cause. I wrote it in the same neutral tone I use for all anomalies. The second incident happened that afternoon. I had been working along the edge of the ruins, measuring the distance between structural remains and the encroaching tide. When I came back to camp, my notebook, my primary field record, was no longer inside my pack. I keep it in the same compartment. Always. It wasn't there. This time, I didn't search randomly. I expanded outward in a grid, scanning the ground for any sign of disturbance. After several minutes, I found the notebook lying open on a flat stretch of sand just beyond the boundary of the camp. The pages were turning slightly in the wind. I approached slowly, noticing first that the notebook was open to a page I had not yet written on. Then I saw the marks. They weren't words, not letters I could recognize, just shallow impressions like something had pressed into the paper without leaving ink. Lines and arcs that overlapped without forming anything coherent. I closed the notebook and returned it to my pack. At that point, I considered the possibility of another person in the area, a local perhaps, or someone passing through. The settlement wasn't marked or protected. There was nothing to prevent access. I did a full perimeter check before nightfall, walking the outer edges of the ruins and scanning the shoreline in both directions. The land stretched empty for miles. No boats offshore, no tracks beyond my own, no sign of recent habitation. I went to sleep that night with the sense that I was not alone, but without evidence strong enough to act on. It was early the next morning when I saw the figure for the first time. I was standing near the waterline, recording the position of debris exposed by the receding tide. The light was flat, the sky overcast, and the ruins behind me cast long, indistinct shadows. I turned to look back toward camp and saw something standing near the far edge of the settlement. At that distance, it was only a vertical shape, human in proportion, but lacking detail. It stood still, facing in my direction. I didn't call out. I watched. After several seconds, I started walking toward it, expecting movement, some acknowledgement of my approach. There was none. The figure remained fixed in place. When I reached the point where I had first seen it, there was nothing there. No footprints, no disturbed ground, just the same uneven surface of sand and stone. I stood for a while, scanning the area, then turned slowly back toward camp. That was when I noticed my equipment again. My measuring tools had been rearranged, not scattered, not damaged, rearranged, aligned in a straight line parallel to the shoreline, each piece placed with a precision that mirrored my own habits. I felt a shift then, something subtle but immediate. The sense that whatever was happening was not random. It was intentional, observational. I began documenting more aggressively after that. Photographs of every setup, timestamps on every entry, careful tracking of positions. I wanted a record that could either confirm my observations or expose them as errors in my own process. The figure appeared again that afternoon. This time, it was closer. I was at camp reviewing notes when I looked up and saw it standing just beyond the collapsed fencing. The same stillness, the same lack of detail. It faced me directly. I didn't move. Neither did it. We remained like that for what felt like several minutes. The wind shifted, carrying the sound of the surf more sharply, and for a moment I lost focus. When I looked again, the figure was gone. I checked the ground immediately. There were no footprints leading to or from the spot. That night, I did not sleep. I stayed inside the tent, listening to the movement of the wind against the fabric, the distant rhythm of the water, and something else faint, irregular sounds that I could not place. Not footsteps, not voices, just the sense of movement, just beyond the boundary of the camp. At some point before dawn, I heard the distinct sound of something being set down, not dropped, set down. I waited until first light to check. My recorder, which had been inside the tent near my sleeping bag, was now outside, placed on the same flat stone where the camera had originally been. I picked it up and checked the playback. There was a recording I had not made. It contained no voices, no clear sounds, just a low continuous tone, like wind moving through a narrow opening, and beneath it a pattern of soft, intermittent taps, not rhythmic, not regular, but deliberate. I packed immediately after that, not in a panic, but with a clarity I rarely experience in the field. The project, the data, the professional commitment that had brought me there, all of it shifted behind a more immediate priority: leaving. As I worked, I kept scanning the perimeter, expecting to see the figure again. It did not appear. By mid-morning, I had everything secured and was ready to return to the shoreline to signal the skiff I had arranged for pickup later that day. Before I left the camp, I did one final check of the area. That was when I noticed the alignment. From the edge of the ruins to the shoreline, there was a line of objects placed at regular intervals. My equipment, small pieces of debris, fragments of stone, each positioned in a way that formed a path. Not random, directed. The line led from the center of the settlement to the exact point where I had first seen the figure. I did not follow it. I walked around it, keeping a wide distance, and made my way down to the water. The skiff arrived on schedule. The operator didn't ask questions. I didn't offer explanations. I loaded my gear, took one last look at the settlement, and left. From the water, the ruins looked smaller, less defined, just another stretch of abandoned coastline. But as we moved farther out, I saw something at the edge of the settlement, a vertical shape, standing where the line of objects ended, facing the water. I watched it until distance and haze reduced it to nothing. I filed my report when I returned, documenting the equipment displacement, the unexplained recordings, and the visual observations in the most neutral terms possible. I avoided conclusions. I avoided speculation. The site has not been reassigned. My equipment was checked, cataloged, and returned to storage. Nothing was found to be malfunctioning or altered beyond what I had recorded. I continue my work in other locations, but I no longer camp alone in isolated settlements, and I no longer leave my equipment arranged in predictable patterns. There are moments, even now, when I set something down and later find it shifted just enough to notice, not moved far, not misplaced, just repositioned, as if something is still observing the way I work, learning the order I impose, and testing the edges of it without ever crossing into something I can prove. I have learned to leave immediately when that happens. No documentation, no verification, just departure. Because the last time I hesitated, I found a single object placed at the edge of my camp that I know I had not brought with me. A smooth piece of stone, worn by water, set upright and angled toward where I had been standing, positioned like a marker, or a reference point. I did not stay long enough to see if anything would stand behind it.